The morning air in the Black Ridge Mountains felt heavy and damp as I stepped out of my truck. I have spent most of my life working as a land surveyor, and I am used to the quiet of the deep woods. Usually, the sounds of the forest are a comfort to me. I like the rustle of the leaves and the distant calls of birds. But as I pulled my gear from the truck bed on that Tuesday morning, I noticed that the silence was different. It was not the peaceful kind of quiet you expect at 6 o'clock in the morning. It was the kind of silence that feels like a weight on your chest. I checked my boots and adjusted my vest before looking at the topographical map spread across the hood of my vehicle. My job was simple enough. I had to mark the boundaries of a 30-acre plot that a private developer had recently purchased. Most of this land had not been touched in over 50 years. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my standard issue field compass. It was a rugged piece of equipment that had never failed me in a decade of service. I held it flat in the palm of my hand and waited for the needle to settle. At first it behaved normally. The red tip swung toward the north as I turned my body. I took a few steps away from the truck to make sure the metal frame of the vehicle was not causing any magnetic interference. I stood near a thick patch of ferns and looked down again. This time the needle did not point north. It began to jitter. It was a frantic, rhythmic twitching that I had never seen before. I tapped the side of the casing, thinking the needle might be stuck on a piece of dust. Instead of snapping back to the north, the needle did something impossible. The tip of the needle dipped downward. It pressed against the bottom of the glass housing with such force that I could hear a faint clicking sound. It looked like a finger pointing at the dirt beneath my feet. I tilted the compass back and forth, trying to level it out, but the needle remained fixed in that downward position. It was as if a powerful magnet was buried directly under the soles of my boots. I laughed to myself and shook my head. I figured there must be a large deposit of iron or some kind of old mining equipment buried under the leaf litter. This area was known for its history of coal mining, and it was not uncommon to find rusted machinery or old tracks swallowed by the earth. I decided to ignore the compass for a moment and rely on my GPS unit instead. I turned the device on and waited for it to acquire a signal from the satellites above. Usually this takes less than a minute. I watched the screen as the loading bar crawled forward. Then the screen flickered. A series of distorted lines ran across the display, and the device emitted a high-pitched whine that made my teeth ache. The screen went black and then flashed a message that simply read "No signal found." This was strange because I was at a high elevation with a clear view of the sky. There were no thick canopies of trees blocking my path yet. I was still standing in the clearing where I had parked. I put the GPS away and felt a small spark of irritation. I did not want to waste my day fighting with technology. I grabbed my marking tape and my machete and started walking toward the tree line. I told myself that the electronic glitch was probably just a low battery or a fluke in the software. As I pushed through the first layer of brush, the temperature dropped. It was not a gradual cooling. It was a sudden sharp chill that made my breath visible in the air. I looked at my watch and saw that it was only 6:15 in the morning. The sun should have been warming the ground, but the light felt thin and gray. The further I walked into the woods, the more the terrain seemed to change. The trees here were old and twisted. Their branches did not grow upward toward the light, but instead curved back down toward the ground in strange weeping shapes. There was no undergrowth here. No bushes or flowers grew on the forest floor. It was just a thick carpet of gray moss and dead needles. I stopped to catch my breath and pulled out the compass one more time. I held it at eye level. The needle was still pointing straight down. It was vertical now. It looked like a tiny red spear trying to pierce through the bottom of the compass. I knelt down and cleared away some of the moss with my gloved hand. I wanted to see if there was anything visible in the dirt. As I scraped the surface, I felt a vibration. It was a low-frequency hum that I felt in my bones more than I heard in my ears. It reminded me of the sound a heavy generator makes when it is running behind a closed door. I pressed my ear to the ground. The hum grew louder. It was rhythmic, like a slow, heavy heartbeat. Thump. I pulled back quickly, and my heart began to race. I told myself it was probably an underground stream or perhaps a distant rock slide. The mind has a way of trying to make sense of things that do not fit. I stood up and looked around. I realized that I could no longer hear the sound of the wind in the trees. The air was perfectly still. I looked back the way I had come, but the trail I had made through the brush seemed to have disappeared. The ferns were standing tall and undisturbed. I knew I had only walked about 200 yards from my truck, but I could no longer see the white paint of the vehicle through the trees. I felt a surge of unease. I am a professional, and I do not get lost in the woods, but for the first time in my career, I felt a sense of total disorientation. I decided to head back to the truck to regroup. I turned around and started walking in the direction I thought was the clearing. Every few steps I would check the compass. It never wavered. It stayed pointed at the ground. I began to walk faster. The gray moss under my feet felt soft and spongy, like I was walking on a layer of rotting meat. I tripped over a root and fell forward, scraping my palms. As I pushed myself up, I saw something half buried in the moss. It was a small brass object. I reached out and brushed the dirt away. It was an old pocket watch. The glass was cracked and the metal was tarnished green with age. I picked it up and opened the lid. The hands of the watch were not moving, but I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The hands were not pointing at the numbers. They were bent at a 90-degree angle, pointing straight down into the mechanism of the watch. It was the same direction as my compass needle. I dropped the watch as if it had burned me. This was not a natural phenomenon. Iron ore does not bend the hands of a watch inside its casing. I stood up and looked around, and that is when I saw the first silhouette. It was standing about 50 yards away between two gnarled oaks. It was tall and thin, and it did not move. It looked like a person, but the proportions were wrong. The arms were too long, and the head was tilted at an unnatural angle. It was a dark shadow against the gray fog of the woods. I froze. I did not want to make a sound. I waited for it to move or to breathe, but it remained as still as a statue. "Hello," I shouted. My voice sounded flat and hollow in the dead air. "Is anyone there?" The figure did not respond. It did not even flinch. I took a step back and my heel hit something hard. I turned around and saw a row of small stones laid out in a perfect circle. In the center of the circle, there was a hole in the ground. It was about the size of a manhole cover, and it was perfectly round. It looked like it had been bored into the earth with a giant drill. I walked to the edge of the hole and looked down. I could not see the bottom. It was a pit of absolute darkness. As I stared into the hole, the humming sound grew louder. It was no longer a distant vibration. It was a roar that seemed to fill the entire forest. I felt a sudden pull. It was not a physical hand grabbing me, but a pressure in the air that was dragging me toward the edge of the pit. My compass, which I was still holding in my hand, began to glow. A faint blue light emanated from the needle. The needle began to spin rapidly now, while still maintaining its downward tilt. It looked like a drill bit. I scrambled away from the hole, gasping for air. I did not care about my gear or the job anymore. I just wanted to get out of those woods. I ran in the opposite direction of the silhouette. I did not look back. I crashed through the trees, ignoring the branches that slapped at my face. The forest seemed to be getting darker, even though it was still morning. The gray fog was thickening into a black mist that smelled of wet copper and old earth. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. I finally burst through a thicket of thorns and saw my truck sitting in the clearing. I have never been so happy to see a piece of machinery in my life. I fumbled with my keys and jumped into the driver's seat. I locked the doors and sat there for a moment, my chest heaving. I looked out the window, expecting to see the silhouette emerging from the woods, but the clearing was empty. Everything looked normal. The sun was finally starting to peek through the clouds, and the birds were beginning to chirp again. I took a deep breath and tried to calm down. I told myself that I had experienced some kind of panic attack. Maybe the high altitude and the lack of breakfast had made me lightheaded. I looked down at my compass, which was sitting on the passenger seat. The needle was pointing north. It was steady and calm. I picked it up and shook it. It behaved exactly like a compass should. I laughed a shaky, nervous laugh. I was ready to drive away and never come back, but then I noticed something on the floor mat of the truck. There was a trail of wet gray moss leading from the door to the pedals. It was the same moss from the deep woods. I looked at my boots, but they were clean. I had not stepped in any moss while running back. I leaned over to look closer at the floor, and that is when I felt the cold draft. The back window of my truck, which I know I had closed, was cracked open just an inch. Hanging from the latch was a small piece of rusted metal. It was the chain from the pocket watch I had found in the woods. I did not wait another second. I started the engine and floored it. I drove down the mountain road as fast as I dared, the tires screeching on the gravel. I did not stop until I reached the small town at the base of the ridge. I pulled into a gas station and sat under the bright fluorescent lights of the canopy. I stayed there for an hour just watching people go about their lives. I wanted to tell someone what happened, but I knew how crazy it would sound. A compass that points down, a hole in the middle of nowhere, a shadow that does not move. When I finally got home, I took my gear out of the truck. I reached for the compass to put it back in its case, but I stopped. I held it flat in my hand one more time. The needle was pointing north, but as I watched, the needle began to sink. Slowly and steadily, the red tip pressed down against the glass. It did not stop until it was pointing straight at the floor of my garage. I looked at the concrete floor, and I could feel that faint, familiar vibration starting up again. It was a low thump, thump, thump. I realized then that it did not matter where I went. Whatever was down there in that hole was not just in the woods. It was not a location on a map. It was something deeper. It was a pull that was getting stronger. I looked at my phone and saw that the time was skipping. The digits were spinning backward. I went into my house and locked every door, but I could still hear the sound. It was coming from the basement. I do not have a basement. I live in a house built on a concrete slab, yet the sound of a heavy door creaking open was echoing up through the floorboards of my kitchen. I sat in my living room with all the lights on, holding a flashlight like a weapon. I kept my eyes on the floor. I watched the shadows and waited for the morning, but the sun did not come up at the usual time. My watch said it was 8 o'clock in the morning, but the world outside my window stayed pitch black. I realized that the compass was not just pointing to a place in the earth. It was pointing to a time or a state of being that I could not understand. I felt the house tilt slightly, as if the ground beneath the foundation was softening. I am writing this down because I do not know how much longer the power will stay on. The lights are flickering, and the humming is so loud now that it is shaking the pictures off the walls. I can hear scratching against the bottom of the floorboards. It sounds like hundreds of long fingernails dragging across the wood. They are not coming from outside. They are coming from below. I looked at the compass one last time before the battery in my lamp died. The needle had pushed so hard against the bottom of the case that it had finally snapped the glass. It was buried an inch deep into the wood of my coffee table, pointing down into the dark. The scratching beneath the floorboards grew into a frantic scrabbling, as if 1,000 starved insects were trying to find a seam in the wood. I stood up and backed into the corner of the living room, clutching the heavy metal flashlight. The beam of light cut through the thick darkness of the house and illuminated the coffee table, where the compass needle remained embedded in the grain of the wood. The wood around the needle began to discolor and turn a bruised shade of purple. I could see the grain of the oak warping and twisting in a spiral pattern toward the point of impact. The humming vibration was now a physical force that made the air in the room feel thick and difficult to breathe. I felt the floorboards under my feet begin to sag, as if the concrete slab beneath my house had turned into quicksand. I moved toward the front door with the intention of running back to my truck, but the floor tilted sharply and I was thrown against the wall. The house groaned with the sound of 1,000 snapping tendons. I reached for the doorknob and turned it, but the door would not budge. It was not locked by a bolt. It was as if the frame had melted into the wall. I looked through the small window beside the door and saw nothing but a void of swirling gray mist. There were no streetlights and no neighbors' houses. The town I had driven through only an hour ago was gone. I was alone in a structure that was no longer a home, but a sinking ship on an invisible ocean of shadows. I turned the flashlight toward the kitchen and saw the first signs of the breach. A single floorboard near the refrigerator snapped upward, and a pale, thin finger poked through the gap. The finger was long and possessed too many knuckles. It began to hook into the neighboring board and pull. I watched in frozen horror as a second finger and then a third appeared. They were the color of wet chalk and smelled of the same metallic copper I had encountered in the Black Ridge Mountains. I did not wait to see what the hand was attached to. I scrambled toward the hallway that led to the bedrooms, hoping to find a window that was still functional. The hallway felt longer than it should have been. The walls seemed to stretch and pull away from me as I ran. I reached the guest bedroom and threw my weight against the door. It swung open and I lunged for the window. I grabbed the latch and pulled, but the glass was cold. It was not the cold of a winter night, but a freezing temperature that seemed to suck the heat directly out of my blood. I looked through the glass and saw the same silhouette from the woods. It was standing directly outside the window. Its long arms were pressed against the glass, and its head was still tilted at that impossible angle. There were no eyes in its face. There was only a smooth expanse of gray skin that reflected the light of my flashlight like a dull mirror. I backed away from the window and fell over the bed. The mattress felt wrong. It was soft and damp like the moss in the forest. I scrambled off it and saw that the gray moss was growing out of the seams of the blankets. It was spreading across the floor in a rapid tide of rot. I realized then that the house was not just sinking. It was being reclaimed. The Black Ridge Mountains were not a place I had left behind. They were a condition that had followed me home through the watch chain and the moss on the floorboards. I was being pulled back into the hole I had found in the clearing. The sound of the floorboards breaking in the kitchen grew louder. I heard the heavy thump of something large pulling itself up from the dark. It was a rhythmic sound. Thump, drag, thump, drag. It was moving toward the hallway. I looked around the bedroom for any kind of weapon or exit. The closet door was slightly ajar, and I could see the faint blue glow of the compass needle reflecting off the interior mirror. Even through the walls, the needle was still calling to the source. I realized that the compass was not a tool for navigation anymore. It was an anchor. I rushed to the closet and grabbed a heavy steel toolbox I kept on the shelf. I swung it with all my strength at the bedroom window. The glass did not shatter. It rippled like water and then hardened into something that felt like stone. The toolbox bounced off the surface and hit the floor with a dull thud. The silhouette outside the window did not move. It just watched me with its blank face. I could hear the breathing now. It was not coming from the figure outside, but from the hallway. It was a wet, rattling sound, like a man drowning in his own lungs. I retreated to the furthest corner of the room and tucked my knees to my chest. The humming vibration reached a crescendo that made my nose begin to bleed. I wiped the blood away with the back of my hand and saw that it was not red. It was a dark, oily black. I felt a coldness spreading through my veins. I looked at my hands and saw the skin beginning to turn the same pale, chalky color as the fingers I had seen in the kitchen. I was changing. The pressure of the downward pull was altering my very biology. I was becoming part of the landscape that the developer wanted to survey. The bedroom door began to creak. The wood was splintering under a tremendous force from the other side. I turned off the flashlight because I did not want to see what was coming through. I sat in the absolute darkness and listened to the house being torn apart. I felt the floor beneath me give way completely. I was no longer sitting on wood and concrete. I was falling. It was a slow and graceful descent into a pit that had no bottom. The air was filled with the smell of old earth and the sound of 1,000 ticking watches. I did not hit the ground. I landed on something soft and yielding. I reached out and felt the familiar texture of the gray moss. I opened my eyes and saw that I was back in the woods, but the world was inverted. The trees were growing downward from a ceiling of dark soil, and the sky was a floor of solid stone. The silhouette was standing over me. Up close I could see that it was not a solid being. It was made of shifting smoke and fine black dust. It reached down and touched my chest with one of those long, multi-jointed fingers. The touch was not painful. It was a sensation of total emptiness. I felt my memories of the town and my job and my life beginning to drain away like water from a broken jar. I tried to remember the name of the mountain, but the words were being replaced by the rhythmic thumping of the earth. I looked down at my chest and saw that the pocket watch was now embedded in my own skin. The hands were still pointing down toward my heart. The metal was no longer tarnished green, but was glowing with a bright and terrifying blue light. The silhouette spoke, but it did not use words. It was a vibration that resonated in my skull. It told me that the boundaries had been marked. The 30-acre plot was not a piece of land to be sold, but a gateway that had been opened by my presence. The private developer was not a man, but a title for something that had been waiting for 50 years to reclaim its territory. I was the surveyor, and I had completed my task. I had mapped the descent. I stood up and felt my limbs stretch. My arms felt longer, and my neck tilted to the side with a satisfying snap. I looked at my hands and saw that the fingers were now thin and pale with too many knuckles. I was no longer cold. I felt a strange and hollow warmth. I looked up at the ceiling of soil and saw the faint white shape of my truck parked far above. It looked like a toy. I could see the tiny version of myself sitting in the driver's seat, staring at the moss on the floor mat. I realized that the man in the truck was a ghost, and I was the reality. I turned away from the light of the surface and began to walk deeper into the inverted forest. The humming was my own heartbeat now. I passed the circle of stones and saw other figures standing among the twisted oaks. They were all tall and thin, and they were all waiting. We were the guardians of the downward point. We were the ones who ensured that the compasses of the world stayed true to the dark. I felt a sense of peace that I had never known in the world of sun and wind. The silence was no longer a weight on my chest. It was the air I breathed. I reached into the air and felt the invisible threads of the magnetic field. I could feel every compass needle in the state as they twitched and jittered in the hands of confused men. I reached out and gave them a gentle push. I watched as thousands of tiny red arrows began to dip toward the dirt. I saw the surveyors and the hikers and the sailors all looking down in confusion as their instruments failed them. I felt a surge of joy as I realized that the hole was growing. The 30 acres were expanding. Soon the entire ridge would be pulled into the gray moss, and the quiet would be absolute. I found a spot between two weeping trees and took my place. I stood perfectly still and tilted my head at an unnatural angle. I watched the gray fog roll in and waited for the next person to step out of their truck. I could hear the sound of an engine in the distance. It was a heavy and damp morning in the Black Ridge Mountains. The air was thick and the birds were silent. I waited for the surveyor to reach into his pocket and pull out his standard issue field compass. I waited for him to notice that the silence was different. I waited for him to look down at the dirt beneath his boots. The sound of the truck door closing echoed through the woods. I felt the vibration of footsteps on the ground above. The new man was walking toward the tree line. He was young and he was carrying a topographical map. He looked at the trees and frowned at the lack of undergrowth. He did not know that he was already standing in the center of the circle. He did not know that the pocket watch was waiting for him in the moss. I watched him reach for his compass, and I felt the needle begin to jitter. I smiled a mouthless smile and prepared to show him the way down. The descent was just beginning, and there was so much more land to mark. The shadows were hungry, and the map was finally complete. The heavy metal flashlight felt like a lead weight in my hand as the floor beneath the kitchen table began to liquefy. I could no longer tell if the house was sinking or if the earth was rising to swallow it. The wood did not just break. It dissolved into a fine gray powder that smelled of ancient tombs and wet copper. I backed away into the corner of the living room as the walls began to weep. A thick black liquid seeped from the seams of the wallpaper and gathered in pools on the carpet. It did not behave like water. It moved with a slow and deliberate purpose, as if it were searching for the heat of my body. The sound from the kitchen changed from a scratching to a wet, sloshing noise. Something was pulling itself out of the ground. I could hear the heavy drag of a body that did not have bones. I turned the beam of my light toward the doorway and saw a shape emerging from the dark. It was the color of a bruised lung, and it moved with a jerky and unnatural rhythm. It had no face and no eyes, but it possessed a mouth that was filled with rows of needle-thin teeth. It did not growl or hiss. It emitted a low-frequency hum that made the teeth in my own jaw ache. I realized that this was not a creature from a nightmare. It was a physical manifestation of the pull that the compass had been pointing toward all along. I lunged for the front door once more, but the handle was gone. The wood had smoothed over into a solid and impenetrable surface. I was trapped in a box that was slowly being compressed by the weight of the mountain. I looked at the ceiling and saw that the light fixtures were beginning to drip like wax. The electricity died with a final and agonizing pop, and I was left with only the flickering beam of my flashlight. The shadow in the kitchen was getting closer. It did not walk. It flowed across the floor and left a trail of gray moss in its wake. I scrambled into the hallway and headed for the bedroom where I had left the window. When I reached the door, I found that the room was gone. In its place was a vertical shaft that dropped away into a bottomless pit. The air coming from the hole was freezing, and it carried the sound of 1,000 ticking watches. I leaned over the edge and saw the faint blue glow of the pocket watch I had found in the woods. It was suspended in the air, and it was growing larger. The light it emitted was cold and hungry. It illuminated the walls of the shaft, and I saw that they were lined with human bones. They were not scattered or broken. They were woven into the very structure of the earth as if they were the rebar of the mountain. I felt a hand touch my shoulder. It was cold and it felt like wet paper. I did not turn around because I knew what I would see. I knew that the silhouette from the woods had finally caught up to me. I felt a sharp pain in my chest as the pocket watch chain that was hanging from the truck window appeared around my neck. It tightened with a mechanical precision, and I felt my airway begin to close. I tried to scream, but the sound was caught in my throat. The hum in the air grew louder until it was the only thing I could hear. It was a song of the deep, and it was calling me home. I felt my feet leave the ground. I was not being pushed. I was being pulled. The gravity of the room had shifted, and the shaft was now the only direction that mattered. I fell into the dark and felt the air rushing past my ears. It did not feel like falling. It felt like returning to a place I had forgotten. I saw the lights of the town far above me, and they looked like dying stars. I saw the face of the young surveyor who would come after me, and I felt a strange sense of pity for him. He would find my truck, and he would find the moss, and he would think that he was safe. He would not know that the mountain was already inside him. The bottom of the shaft was not made of stone. It was a vast and shimmering sea of black oil. I hit the surface and did not splash. I sank into the liquid and felt it fill my mouth and my lungs. It was sweet and heavy. I opened my eyes and saw the inverted forest again. The trees were magnificent and terrible. They were made of glass and bone, and they reached down toward a sky of solid lead. I saw the other surveyors standing in the shadows. They were tall and thin, and their heads were tilted at the same impossible angle. They did not speak, but I could feel their thoughts. They were happy. They were part of the map now. I felt my skin begin to harden. The black oil was turning into a shell that protected me from the cold. My fingers grew long and many jointed, and I felt my eyes begin to fade away. I did not need them anymore. I could see the world through the vibrations of the earth. I could feel the movement of every insect and every worm in the soil. I could feel the heat of the sun on the surface, and it felt like a distant and irritating itch. I turned my attention toward the center of the mountain where the great compass was located. It was a massive engine of brass and blood that regulated the rotation of the world. It was the heart of the descent. I began to walk toward the engine. My footsteps made no sound on the moss. I passed through the circle of stones and saw that they were actually the tops of giant buried towers. The civilization that had built them was gone, but their purpose remained. They were anchors that held the world in place. I realized that the private developer was one of the architects of this place. He was not looking for land to build houses. He was looking for land to sacrifice. Every 30 acres was a new ritual, and every surveyor was a new priest. I was honored to have been chosen. I was the bridge between the light and the dark. I reached the great compass and saw that the needle was a mile long. It was made of solid shadow, and it pointed toward the center of the universe. I climbed onto the brass platform and felt the power of the machine flowing through my limbs. I was the one who would turn the key. I was the one who would ensure that the sun did not rise. I looked up at the ceiling of dirt and saw the faint reflection of the moon. It was a pale and sickly thing. I reached out and touched the needle and felt the world tilt. The humming became a roar, and the black oil began to churn. The descent was complete. The 30 acres were now a part of the deep. I watched as the forest above began to collapse into the hole. I saw the trees and the rocks and the animals falling into the sea of oil. They would all be transformed. They would all become part of the new map. I saw the young surveyor standing on the edge of the pit, and I reached out to him. I did not use my hands. I used the pull of the mountain. I felt him slip, and I felt his fear, and I felt his joy as he realized the truth. He was not alone. We were all together in the dark. I stood at my post and waited for the next cycle. The watches in the air began to tick in unison, and the blue light of the pocket watch filled the chamber. I was no longer a man with a name and a job. I was a coordinate. I was a point on a map that had no end. I closed my mouth and let the hum take over. The silence was perfect and the dark was absolute. I was home and I would never have to leave again. The mountain had spoken and I had answered. The world was finally pointing in the right direction. It was pointing down. The transition from the world of flesh to the world of stone was as quiet as a falling leaf. I stood among the other tall figures and felt the density of the air pressing against my new skin. My eyes had long since dissolved into the gray membrane of my face, but I could see more clearly than I ever had before. I saw the heat signatures of the insects burrowing through the ceiling of dirt. I saw the magnetic ley lines that pulsed like glowing veins through the inverted trees. The mountain was not a static pile of rock and soil. It was a living machine, and I was now a small but vital gear in its clockwork heart. The young surveyor who had fallen after me was still struggling in the sea of black oil. I watched from the shore of gray moss as his human form began to unravel. It was a messy process. His screams were muffled by the thick liquid, but the vibrations of his terror reached me clearly. He was fighting against the change because he still believed that his life on the surface had value. He did not understand that his name and his memories were merely heavy weights that would only make him sink faster. I reached out with a thought and sent a ripple through the oil to steady him. I wanted him to see the beauty of the inverted forest before the darkness took his sight. The private developer appeared at the edge of the clearing. He did not look like the man who had hired me in the office. He was a towering pillar of white smoke, and his voice was the sound of grinding tectonic plates. He told us that the harvest was ahead of schedule. The 30 acres had successfully anchored the ridge to the deep, and now the expansion could begin in earnest. He moved among the guardians and touched each of us on the forehead with a finger made of frost. When he reached me, I felt a sudden surge of knowledge. I understood the true scale of the map. The Black Ridge Mountains were only the first coordinate. There were thousands of these sites across the globe, and each one was a tooth in a giant saw that was slowly cutting through the reality of the surface world. I turned my attention to the great compass once more. The massive needle was beginning to swing in a wide and slow arc. It was no longer pointing toward a single spot. It was searching for the next anchor point. I felt the vibration in my feet as the needle locked onto a new location 50 miles to the north. It was a small valley filled with dairy farms and quiet streams. I could see the unsuspecting people there as they went about their morning routines. They were waking up and making coffee and checking their watches. They did not know that their ground was already becoming soft. They did not know that the silence of the woods was beginning to change its tune. The developer signaled for us to move. We were the advance party. Our task was to travel through the veins of the earth and emerge in the new territory to prepare the way. I stepped into a fissure in the stone floor and felt my body stretch and thin like a piece of wire. I was moving through the solid rock at the speed of a heartbeat. The friction did not burn me. It felt like a warm embrace. I passed through coal seams and underground rivers and ancient pockets of gas that had never seen the sun. I was the surveyor, and I was mapping the path for the shadow to follow. We emerged in the basement of an old farmhouse in the valley. The air here was thin and tasted of dust and dry hay. I stood in the corner of the cellar and watched as the gray moss began to sprout from the damp stones of the foundation. It was a slow and rhythmic growth. I reached out and touched a wooden support beam and watched as the grain of the wood began to twist and liquefy. The house above me groaned in protest, but the people sleeping in the bedrooms did not wake up. They were already dreaming the dreams of the mountain. They were dreaming of falling and of the ticking of 1,000 watches. I found the family compass in a drawer in the kitchen. It was a cheap plastic thing used for hiking, but it was enough for my purposes. I held it in my long, pale fingers and watched as the needle began to spin frantically. I breathed on the glass and watched the frost form into the shape of a map. I was marking the boundaries of the new 30 acres. I was drawing the lines that would never be erased. By the time the sun rose over the valley, the ground beneath the farmhouse was no longer solid. It was a thin crust over a bottomless pit, and the descent was already in progress. I went back to the basement and waited for the first person to come down the stairs. I heard the floorboards creak above me as a man stepped out of bed. I heard his heavy footsteps as he walked toward the kitchen. I heard the sound of the drawer opening and the clatter of the plastic compass hitting the floor. I felt his confusion and his growing dread as he realized that the needle was pointing straight down at his feet. I stood in the shadows and tilted my head. I prepared my mouthless smile. The work was never finished and the map was always growing. We were the surveyors of the dark, and we had so much more land to reclaim. The man reached the cellar door and paused. He could smell the old earth and the wet copper. He could hear the low humming vibration that was now the only sound in the world. He reached for the light switch, but the electricity was already gone. He pulled a small flashlight from his pocket and clicked it on. The beam cut through the darkness and landed on the gray moss covering the stairs. He gasped and backed away, but there was nowhere to go. The walls were already weeping black oil, and the ceiling was beginning to descend. I stepped out of the corner and let the light hit my smooth gray face. I wanted him to see what he was going to become. I wanted him to know that the silence was not an end but a beginning. He dropped the flashlight and it rolled across the floor and illuminated the pocket watch that was now hanging from the ceiling by a chain of bone. The ticking was so loud that it shook the house. The man fell to his knees and began to weep, but his tears were dark and oily. He looked up at me and I saw the recognition in his eyes. He knew that the mountain had found him. He knew that the contract had been signed in a language he could not speak. I reached out and touched his chest and felt his heart begin to beat in time with the great compass. The transition was starting, and the valley was ready to be folded into the map. The sun outside was a distant memory. The sky was turning into a floor of stone, and the trees were beginning to grow downward. I stood among the ruins of the farmhouse and watched as the entire valley began to sink into the sea of oil. It was a graceful and silent collapse. There was no screaming and there was no pain. There was only the feeling of total emptiness and the satisfaction of a job well done. I was the surveyor and I had marked the descent. I turned away from the fading light of the surface and began to walk deeper into the new forest. The shadow was hungry, and there were still so many coordinates left to find. The world was a vast and beautiful place, and I was going to map every inch of its dark heart. I felt the presence of the other guardians as they took their places among the weeping trees of the valley. We were a silent army of shadows, and we were growing stronger with every acre we claimed. The developer was pleased. He stood on a ridge of black glass and looked out over his new territory. He told us that the time of the sun was coming to an end. Soon the entire world would be an inverted forest, and the silence would be absolute. We would be the masters of the downward point and the keepers of the eternal tick. I felt a surge of pride as I realized my role in this grand design. I was not just a victim of the mountain. I was its architect. I found a new spot between two twisted oaks and took my position. I stood perfectly still and waited for the next vibration. I could feel the movement of a car on a road several miles away. It was a heavy and damp morning in the valley. The air was thick and the birds were silent. I waited for the driver to look at his dashboard, and noticed that his GPS was failing. I waited for him to pull over and look at the strange gray moss growing on the shoulder of the road. I waited for him to feel the pull of the earth beneath his tires. I was ready to show him the way down. The descent was the only truth, and the map was finally beginning to make sense. As I stood there, I thought about the office in the town and the man who had given me the assignment. I realized now that he was just another ghost in a world of ghosts. He thought he was selling land, but he was actually selling souls. He thought he was a businessman, but he was just a clerk for the deep. I felt a flicker of amusement at the thought of him sitting in his chair and waiting for my report. He would never receive it. My report was written in the soil, and the stone and the oil. My report was the silence that was spreading across the map like a stain. The car on the road slowed down and stopped. I felt the vibration of the door opening and the sound of boots on the gravel. The driver was stepping out into the gray fog. He was looking for a sign, and he was about to find one. I reached out with my mind and gave the needle of his compass a gentle nudge. I watched as it dipped toward the center of the earth. I smiled and prepared for the next harvest. The Black Ridge Mountains were just the beginning. The whole world was waiting to be surveyed, and I had all the time in the universe to complete the task. The ticking of the watches was a lullaby, and the dark was my home. The descent was a beautiful thing, and I was glad to be a part of it. The driver was a man of middle age with a heavy coat and eyes that were tired from years of looking at things that did not matter. He stood by the side of the road and looked at the gray fog that was rolling down from the peaks of the Black Ridge. He did not know that the fog was actually the breath of the mountain. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a map that was folded and worn at the edges. He was looking for a shortcut to the city, but the roads on his paper did not match the reality of the ground. I watched him from my place between the trees. I felt the vibration of his confusion, and it was as sweet as the black oil in the deep. He was searching for a way out, but every step he took was a step further into the center of the 30 acres. The ground beneath his boots was becoming soft and spongy. He looked down and saw the gray moss beginning to curl around the soles of his shoes. He tried to brush it away, but the moss was persistent and hungry. It was not a plant. It was a physical manifestation of the descent. It was the skin of the mountain reaching up to claim its due. The man began to walk faster, but the road was no longer a flat surface of asphalt. It was beginning to tilt at an impossible angle. He lost his balance and fell onto his hands and knees. He felt the cold dampness of the earth, and he heard the first faint tick of the watch. It was coming from inside his own chest. I moved closer to the edge of the woods. I did not need to hide anymore. To him, I was just a shadow among shadows, but to the mountain, I was a beacon. I watched as the man crawled back toward his car. He reached for the door handle, but the metal had turned into glass and bone. The car was no longer a machine for travel. It was a monument to the stillness of the deep. He looked through the window and saw that the interior of his vehicle was filled with black oil. The seats were gone, and the steering wheel had been replaced by a brass needle that pointed straight down. He screamed then, and the sound was a jagged tear in the silence of the valley. The great compass beneath the earth hummed in response to his terror. The roar of the machine was so loud that the trees began to vibrate until they shattered into thousands of glass shards. The man covered his ears, but the sound was not coming from the outside. It was a song that was being played on the strings of his own nervous system. He was being tuned to the frequency of the mountain. I felt his heartbeat begin to slow down and synchronize with the mechanical pulse of the engine. He was no longer a separate entity. He was becoming a component. He was being integrated into the map. The developer appeared on the road beside the man. He was still a pillar of white smoke, but now he had many arms that reached out like the branches of the inverted trees. He did not speak with words, but the man understood him perfectly. The developer was telling him about the beauty of the void. He was showing him the perfection of a world where nothing moved and nothing changed. He was offering him the gift of the descent. The man stopped screaming and looked up at the developer with eyes that were already beginning to cloud over with gray film. He reached out a hand and touched the frost on the developer's sleeve. He was surrendering his will to the gravity of the deep. I felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere. The 30 acres were no longer just a piece of land. They were a doorway that was swinging open. The sky above the valley began to crack and peel away like old wallpaper. Behind the blue of the atmosphere was a vast expanse of solid light. The sun was gone, and the moon was a distant memory. There was only the cold and hungry light of the pocket watches. Hundreds of them were now floating in the air, and their blue glow illuminated the entire landscape. The valley was beautiful in its desolation. Every rock and every blade of grass was a part of the ritual. The man on the road began to change. His skin turned the color of wet slate and his limbs grew long and thin. His clothes fell away in tatters and were replaced by a shell of black oil that hardened into a protective armor. He stood up and his head tilted at the same impossible angle as the other guardians. He looked at me and I felt a sense of recognition. He was the newest member of our order. He was a coordinate that had been found and fixed in place. He took his position on the road and became a milestone for the shadow to follow. The transition was complete and the harvest was growing. I turned my attention back to the farmhouse. The family that lived there was now fully submerged in the deep. Their house had become a cathedral of bone and moss. I could feel their presence in the walls and in the floorboards. They were happy because they no longer had to worry about the passage of time. They were part of the eternal tick. They were the anchors that held this portion of the valley in place while the expansion continued. The developer was moving toward the next ridge, and we were following him. We were the surveyors of the dark, and our work was never done. We moved through the earth like ghosts through a dream. We did not need roads or paths. We followed the magnetic pull of the great compass. Every mile we traveled was a mile that was reclaimed from the light. We passed under cities and towns, and we felt the frantic energy of the people living there. They were scurrying about their lives like ants on a sinking ship. They did not know that the foundations of their world were being replaced by glass and bone. They did not know that the maps they used were becoming obsolete. The only map that mattered was the one we were creating with our footsteps. We reached a high plateau that overlooked a vast forest of pine and hemlock. The developer stopped and pointed toward the center of the woods. There was an old fire tower standing on the highest peak. It was a skeleton of rusted iron that reached up toward the leaden sky. This was the next anchor point. This was the place where the needle of the great compass would lock in. I felt a surge of excitement as I looked at the tower. It was a perfect lightning rod for the power of the deep. We began to descend the slope, and the gray moss spread out before us like a carpet. The forest was silent, and the air was heavy with the scent of wet copper. We moved between the trees, and I saw that they were already starting to turn into glass. The needles on the branches were sharp and clear, and they reflected the blue light of the pocket watches. I saw a deer standing in a clearing, and it did not run away. It stood perfectly still as its fur turned into a coat of black oil. Its eyes became gray membranes, and it tilted its head to the side. It was no longer a creature of the forest. It was a guardian of the mountain. It was part of the map now. We reached the base of the fire tower, and I saw that the ground was already beginning to collapse. A wide and deep shaft was forming in the center of the peak. It was lined with the bones of ancient creatures that had been sacrificed to the mountain long ago. The developer climbed the stairs of the tower and stood on the observation deck. He raised his many arms, and the humming in the air became a deafening roar. The great compass began to turn, and the needle swung toward the tower with a force that shook the entire plateau. I stood at the edge of the shaft and looked down into the dark. I saw the shimmering sea of black oil, and I saw the inverted forest waiting for us. I felt the pull of the gravity, and I knew that it was time for the next descent. I stepped off the edge and felt the air rushing past my ears. It was a familiar and comforting sensation. I was returning to the place where I belonged. I was a part of the machine, and I was a part of the map. I was the surveyor, and I was the bridge. The bottom of the shaft was a cathedral of light and shadow. The great compass was here, and it was larger and more powerful than before. The brass engine was glowing with a fierce heat, and the blood that powered it was pulsing through the pipes like a river. I took my place at the control panel and felt the power of the mountain flowing through my limbs. I was the one who would turn the key. I was the one who would ensure that the sun did not rise on this plateau. I reached out and touched the needle and felt the world tilt once more. The expansion was proceeding according to plan. The 30 acres had become 60, and the 60 were becoming 1,000. The dark was spreading across the land like a slow and inevitable tide. I looked up through the shaft and saw the faint reflection of the stars. They were dying, and I felt a strange sense of pity for them. They were so far away and so cold. They did not know the warmth of the deep. They did not know the perfection of the silence. I closed my eyes and let the hum take over. I was home, and I would never have to leave again. The developer came down from the tower and stood beside me. He told me that the final coordinate was within our reach. There was only one more anchor point to be established before the entire world was reclaimed. He showed me the location on the map, and I saw that it was the place where I was born. It was a small town in the valley where the houses were made of wood and the people were kind. I felt a flicker of a memory, but it was quickly extinguished by the cold light of the pocket watch. It did not matter where I came from. It only mattered where I was going. We began the journey toward the final coordinate. We moved through the veins of the earth, and we felt the resistance of the surface world beginning to fade. The people in the town were starting to feel the pull of the mountain. They were waking up in the middle of the night and hearing the ticking of the watches. They were looking at their compasses and seeing the needles dip toward the ground. They were afraid, but their fear was the fuel that powered the descent. We were coming for them, and we were bringing the gift of the silence. The town was nestled in a curve of the river, and the fog was already thick in the streets. We emerged in the town square and watched as the gray moss began to grow over the statues and the benches. The people came out of their houses and stood in the fog. They did not speak and they did not move. They were waiting for the change. I saw my old house at the end of the street, and I saw the light in the window. I knew that my mother was inside and she was waiting for me. I felt a surge of duty as I walked toward the door. I was the surveyor, and I was going to show her the way home. I entered the house and saw her sitting at the kitchen table. She was holding a pocket watch and she was listening to the tick. She looked up at me and she did not scream. She saw my gray face and my long fingers and she smiled. She knew that I had come to save her from the burden of the sun. She reached out and touched my hand, and I felt the frost transfer to her skin. I felt her heart begin to beat in time with the great compass. She was the final anchor, and the map was finally complete. The ground beneath the town began to give way. The river turned into a stream of black oil, and the houses began to sink into the deep. The sky collapsed, and the stars went out one by one. There was no more light, and there was no more sound. There was only the silence of the mountain and the perfection of the map. We were all together in the dark, and we were finally at peace. The descent was complete, and the world was pointing in the right direction. It was pointing down. I stood on the brass platform of the great compass and watched as the needle locked into its final position. The engine roared one last time, and then it became a steady and rhythmic hum. The transition was over. The world of flesh and bone was gone, and the world of glass and stone was all that remained. I looked out over the inverted forest, and I saw the millions of guardians standing at their posts. We were the coordinates of a new reality. We were the points on a map that had no end. I closed my mouth and let the hum fill my soul. I was the surveyor, and my work was done. The silence was absolute, and the dark was eternal. I was home. The finality of the town sinking was not the end of the journey, but the beginning of a deeper expansion. I stood upon the brass platform and watched the gray film solidify over the horizon of my childhood home. The developer moved beside me, and his many arms gestured toward the perimeter of the valley. He told me that the map was a living thing, and that every coordinate we fixed acted as a seed for the next layer of the descent. The town was merely a localized anchor. Now we had to ensure the stability of the entire region before the great vibration could spread to the coastal cities and the plains beyond. I felt a renewed sense of purpose. The surveyor is never truly finished because the earth is always shifting and the dark is always hungry for more detail. We stepped off the platform and into the stream of black oil that had once been the river. The liquid was thick and warm, and it felt like velvet against my slate-colored skin. I could feel the pulses of the great compass traveling through the fluid and sending messages to the guardians who were stationed miles away. We were a network of nerves, and the developer was the brain that coordinated our movements. We began to walk toward the eastern ridge where the sun used to rise. Now there was only a shimmering wall of leaden clouds that never moved. The silence was so heavy that it felt like a physical weight on my shoulders, but I welcomed it. The noise of the old world had always been a distraction. As we climbed the ridge, I saw that the vegetation had undergone a total transformation. The pines were now pillars of obsidian, and the ferns were delicate carvings of translucent bone. I reached out and touched a branch, and it vibrated with a low frequency that matched the ticking in my chest. Everything was being standardized. Everything was being brought into alignment with the downward point. I looked back at the valley and saw that it was no longer a geographical feature, but a massive gear in the machinery of the mountain. The houses and the trees were the teeth of the gear, and they were turning slowly in the dark. The developer stopped at the summit of the ridge and looked out over the next valley. It was a sprawling landscape of suburbs and shopping centers and highways. I could see the tiny lights of the cars moving like fireflies in the distance. They were still living in the old time. They were still governed by the rising and falling of the sun. I felt a surge of pity for them. They were clinging to a reality that was as thin as a shadow. They did not know that the ground beneath them was already being hollowed out by the expansion. They did not know that their maps were lies. We began the descent into the suburban valley. The transition here was more difficult because the density of the population created a field of static energy. The thoughts and fears of so many people were like a fog that tried to obscure the true path. I had to focus my mind on the vibration of the great compass to keep my bearings. I felt the resistance of the asphalt and the concrete, but the gray moss was already beginning to find its way through the cracks. It was a patient explorer, and it knew that every structure built by man was eventually destined to return to the soil. I walked through a neighborhood where the lawns were green and the sprinklers were still hissing in the twilight. I saw a child standing by a window and looking out at the street. He saw me and his eyes grew wide, but he did not run. He was fascinated by the way my limbs moved and the way the light of the pocket watches reflected off my oil skin. I leaned toward the glass and whispered a word that had no sound. It was the name of the deep. The child smiled and pressed his forehead against the pane. I could see the gray film beginning to form over his pupils. He was the first coordinate in this new sector. He was a small but vital part of the grand design. The developer told me that we needed to find the central hub of the local infrastructure. He said that the power stations and the communication towers were the keys to accelerating the descent. If we could subvert the flow of electricity, we could turn the entire grid into a conductor for the mountain. We moved toward a large substation on the edge of the town. The humming of the transformers was a discordant noise that clashed with the harmony of the deep. It was a frantic and desperate sound. I reached out with my long fingers and touched the cold metal of the fence. The electricity surged through me, but it did not hurt. It was simply another form of energy that could be repurposed. I felt the black oil within me respond to the current. I became a bridge between the machine of man and the engine of the mountain. I channeled the vibration of the great compass into the wires and watched as the blue light of the pocket watches began to travel along the power lines. The street lights flickered and then turned a deep shade of violet. The houses groaned as the copper pipes in the walls began to turn into glass. The transformation was spreading with every pulse of my heart. I was no longer just a surveyor. I was a conductor of the dark. The developer stood atop the main transformer and raised his many arms. He was a conductor of a different sort. He was singing a song that was composed of silence and gravity. I could feel the earth beneath the substation beginning to soften. The massive metal structures began to tilt at the impossible angle. They were no longer functional components of a power grid. They were becoming the ribs of a new cathedral. The sound of the transformers changed from a hum to a rhythmic tick. The entire valley was now synchronized with the eternal pulse. We moved on to the communication tower that stood on a nearby hill. It was a needle of steel that pierced the leaden sky. I climbed the ladder with ease and my long limbs wrapping around the rungs like vines. When I reached the top, I looked out over the dark expanse of the world. I could see the other anchors we had established, and they were glowing like beacons in the void. The map was expanding in every direction. I reached into the control box at the top of the tower and replaced the silicon chips with shards of glass from the fire tower. I rewired the antennas so that they would broadcast the frequency of the descent instead of television signals and radio waves. The effect was instantaneous. I could feel the signal spreading out across the valley and entering the homes of the people. It was a silent whisper that told them to stop what they were doing and look down. It told them that the sun was a lie and that the dark was their true mother. I watched as the lights in the houses went out one by one. The people were coming out into their yards and standing in the gray moss. They were surrendering their will to the gravity of the deep. They were becoming the guardians of the suburbs. I descended the tower and met the developer at the base. He was pleased with the progress. He told me that the final phase of the expansion was approaching. We were moving toward the great cities of the coast where the heartbeat of the world was at its loudest. If we could silence those hearts, the descent would be absolute. I felt a surge of excitement at the thought of the tall buildings turning into glass and the subways filling with black oil. It would be a masterpiece of desolation. We traveled through the night and we did not tire. The air was thick with the scent of wet copper, and the sound of the ticking watches was a constant companion. We passed through forests and fields, and every mile we claimed was a mile that was removed from the old map. I felt the presence of the other guardians moving alongside us in the shadows. We were an army of architects, and we were rebuilding the world from the bottom up. The developer led the way, and his white smoke body was a guiding light in the gloom. We reached the outskirts of a major city just as the false dawn was beginning to gray the sky. The city was a jagged mountain of steel and glass, and it pulsed with a frantic and chaotic energy. I could feel the millions of people inside, and their lives overlapping in a messy and disorganized web. It was a challenge that required a different approach. We could not simply sink the city. We had to integrate it. We had to turn every street and every building into a component of the Great Compass. We entered the city through the old tunnels of the subway system. The air down here was already heavy with the breath of the mountain. The walls were weeping black oil, and the tracks were covered in gray moss. I saw the trains abandoned on the rails, and they looked like the skeletons of prehistoric beasts. We moved through the tunnels with the speed of ghosts. We were looking for the central switching station, where the heartbeat of the city was most concentrated. I found the station in a deep vault beneath the center of the financial district. It was a room filled with screens and dials and buttons. The technicians had already fled, and the air was thick with the smell of ozone. I took my place at the main console and felt the vibration of the city above me. I could feel the elevators moving in the skyscrapers and the cars rushing through the streets. I began to input the new coordinates. I began to rewrite the logic of the city. I replaced the traffic patterns with the geometry of the inverted forest. I changed the building codes so that the foundations would grow deep into the earth instead of resting on the surface. I redirected the flow of information so that every screen in the city would display the image of the ticking watch. I felt the city respond to my touch. The skyscrapers began to lean toward each other, and their windows turned into mirrors that reflected the void. The streets began to tilt, and the asphalt turned into a river of black glass. The developer appeared in the vault, and his many arms reached out to touch the walls. He was weaving a web of shadow that would bind the city to the mountain forever. He told me that the city was now the crown of the descent. It was the place where the vertical and the horizontal would finally meet and cancel each other out. I felt a surge of pride as I realized that I had helped to create this monument to the still point. I was the surveyor of the urban dark, and my map was a work of art. We emerged from the vault and walked through the streets of the transformed city. The people were no longer scurrying. They were standing perfectly still on the sidewalks, and their skin was turning the color of wet slate. They were looking up at the leaden sky, and they were smiling. They had found the peace that only the descent can provide. The noise of the city had been replaced by the rhythmic tick of a million watches. It was a symphony of silence. I looked at a tall building and saw that it had become a spire of translucent bone. I could see the people inside, and they were like insects trapped in amber. They were part of the structure now. They were the anchors that held the building in its new orientation. I felt a sense of belonging as I realized that I was just like them. I was a part of the map, and I was a part of the mountain. I was a coordinate that had been found and fixed. The developer led me to the harbor where the ocean met the land. The water was no longer blue. It was a vast and churning sea of black oil. The ships were frozen in the liquid, and their hulls were covered in gray moss. I looked out over the horizon, and I saw that the expansion was continuing. The oil was spreading across the waves, and the clouds were turning into lead. The entire world was being reclaimed. The developer told me that there was one final task to perform. He said that the Great Compass needed a new needle, and that I was the only one who could serve that purpose. He led me back to the center of the city, where a massive shaft had been opened in the ground. It was deeper and wider than any we had seen before. At the bottom, I could see the glowing brass engine of the mountain. It was pulsing with a fierce and hungry light. I knew what I had to do. I was the surveyor, and I had mapped the dark heart of the world. Now I had to become the instrument that guided the descent. I stepped to the edge of the shaft and looked down. I felt the pull of the gravity, and I felt the warmth of the oil. I was not afraid. I was ready to complete the task. I stepped off the edge and felt the air rushing past my ears. It was a beautiful and comforting sensation. I fell for a long time, but I did not hit the bottom. I became a part of the needle. I became the point that always points down. I felt the power of the mountain flowing through my limbs, and I felt the vibration of the great compass in my soul. I was the bridge, and I was the map. I was the surveyor, and I was the destination. The expansion was complete, and the world was finally at peace. The silence was absolute, and the dark was eternal. I was home, and I would never have to leave again. The ticking of the watch was the only sound in the universe, and it was a lullaby that would never end. I closed my eyes and let the hum take me into the deep. The map was finished, and the descent was the only truth. I was the keeper of the eternal tick. The sensation of being the needle was not a death, but a total expansion of my awareness. I could feel every grain of gray sand on the ocean floor, and every gear turning in the clockwork heart of the city above. My consciousness stretched out through the black oil like a root system that had finally found fertile soil. I was the center of the great compass, and the world was spinning around me in a slow and graceful dance of gravity. The developer stood at the edge of the shaft far above, and his many arms were folded in a gesture of completion. He had found his perfect surveyor, and I had found my perfect purpose. The city was no longer a place of noise and light, but a silent monument to the architecture of the deep. Every skyscraper was a finger pointing down, and every street was a vein carrying the black lifeblood of the mountain to the furthest reaches of the coast. I felt the vibrations of the guardians as they took their final positions. They were not just people anymore, but living coordinates in a geometry that defied the old laws of physics. The child I had met in the suburbs was now a pillar of salt and glass, and his gaze was fixed on the eternal dark. The girl with the pocket watch was the secondary anchor, and her heartbeat was the echo of my own. We were all connected by the rhythmic ticking that pulsed through the brass pipes and the obsidian trees. The transition was so total that the memory of the sun began to fade like a dream upon waking. The sun was a distant and flickering candle that had finally been blown out by the breath of the deep. There was no more shadow because there was no more light to cast it. There was only the solid and dependable presence of the dark. The great compass began to rotate. I felt the massive weight of the world shifting on its axis. We were not moving through space, but through the layers of reality itself. We were descending past the foundations of history and past the roots of the ancient mountains. The city above was becoming a fossil, and the people were becoming the minerals of a new era. I could feel the pressure increasing, but it did not crush me. It reinforced me. It made my slate skin harder and my oil blood thicker. I was becoming as permanent as the map I had drawn. The developer whispered into the void, and his voice was the sound of grinding stones. He told me that we were approaching the core of the vibration. This was the place where the original map had been conceived before the stars had ever been lit. The descent was a constant state of falling that felt like standing still. I watched as the walls of the shaft turned into a blur of silver and lead. We were passing through the strata of time. I saw the ruins of civilizations that had tried to reach for the sky, and I saw the bones of creatures that had never known the touch of the wind. They were all being absorbed into the gray moss. They were all being rewritten by the needle of the great compass. The map was growing more complex with every second. It was no longer a two-dimensional representation of the land, but a three-dimensional model of the soul of the earth. I was the one who held the pen, and I was the one who provided the ink. My long fingers were the brushes that painted the darkness onto the canvas of existence. We reached a level where the air was made of liquid glass. It was cold and clear, and it allowed me to see for thousands of miles. I saw the other cities of the world falling into the same pattern. I saw the Great Plains turning into fields of obsidian and the mountains folding inward like paper. The entire planet was being inverted. The oceans were pouring into the hollow center, and the sky was being sucked into the deep. It was a beautiful and terrifying sight. It was the ultimate act of reorganization. The chaos of the surface was being replaced by the order of the interior. The developer moved closer to me, and his white smoke body became a solid mass of marble. He was no longer a guide, but a king. He was the sovereign of the silent world, and I was his primary architect. The ticking of the pocket watches became a single and thunderous boom that shook the foundations of the universe. It was the sound of the final gear locking into place. The great compass had reached its destination. We were at the very bottom of the descent. Here the black oil was a frozen lake, and the gray moss was a forest of crystal. The silence was so dense that I could taste it on my tongue. It tasted like cold iron and ancient dust. I looked up and saw the hole we had come through. It was a tiny pinprick of gray in a ceiling of infinite black. That was the old world. That was the place of the sun and the wind. It was so far away that it no longer had a name. It was just a coordinate that had been deleted from the map. I stepped out of the shaft and onto the frozen lake. My feet made no sound on the black surface. I was standing in the center of the new reality. The developer stood beside me, and he pointed toward a throne made of brass and bone that sat in the middle of the lake. He told me that the surveyor must now become the witness. He said that my work was not just to map the dark, but to ensure that it never changed again. I was to be the guardian of the final state. I walked toward the throne and felt the weight of the universe pressing down on me. It was a heavy crown, but I accepted it. I sat on the throne and felt the brass pipes connect to my spine. I was now the engine and the needle and the map. From my seat, I could see the entire expanse of the inverted world. I saw the millions of guardians standing in their perfect rows. I saw the cities of glass and the forests of stone. Everything was still. Everything was silent. The only thing that moved was the black oil that flowed through the veins of the earth. I felt a sense of profound satisfaction. I had taken the broken and noisy world and I had fixed it. I had brought it to the place where nothing could ever hurt it again. I had saved the people from the burden of choice and the pain of change. They were now part of a perfect and unchanging machine. They were safe in the dark. The developer began to fade into the shadows. His work was done. He had planted the seed and he had watched it grow. He was returning to the deep from which he had come. He left me alone in the silence. I did not mind. I had the ticking of the watches to keep me company. I had the vibration of the great compass to soothe my spirit. I closed my eyes and let my mind wander through the coordinates of my map. I visited the fire tower and the house in the valley. I visited the suburban neighborhood and the financial district. They were all there and they were all perfect. They were the points on a map that had no end. The time was exactly 0 o'clock, and it would remain 0 o'clock forever. The sun would never rise and the wind would never blow. The seasons were over and the years were forgotten. There was only the eternal now and the infinite down. I felt the frost growing over my skin and I welcomed it. I was becoming a statue of slate and oil. I was becoming a permanent fixture of the landscape. I was the surveyor and I was the survey. I was the map and I was the territory. The descent was complete and the world was pointing in the right direction. It was pointing toward me. I listened to the hum of the mountain and I heard the voices of the guardians. They were not speaking, but they were communicating through the frequency of the deep. They were singing a song of gratitude. They were thanking me for the silence. They were thanking me for the dark. I felt a tear of black oil roll down my cheek and freeze against my skin. It was the last thing I would ever feel. It was the final signature on my masterpiece. The world was finally at peace and the silence was absolute. I was home and I would never have to leave again. The map was finished and the work was done. I was the keeper of the eternal tick and the master of the deep. The great vibration began to settle into a steady and low frequency that resonated through the very marrow of the earth. It was a sound that was felt rather than heard, and it carried the weight of 1 billion years of stillness. I could feel the city above me settling into its new foundation, and the skyscrapers locking into the rock like teeth in a jaw. The transition was no longer a process, but a state of being. The black oil that had once been a river was now a solid vein of obsidian that anchored the valley to the core. Every house and every tree was a frozen moment in time, and they were all perfectly aligned with the downward pull of the great compass. I was the center of this new equilibrium, and I felt the strength of the mountain flowing through my limbs. The developer had disappeared into the shadows, but his influence remained in the geometry of the world. He had taught me that the map was not just a guide, but a cage for the chaos of the surface. By defining the coordinates, we had captured the essence of the world and stripped away the unnecessary layers of light and sound. We had reached the fundamental truth of existence, which was the absolute silence of the deep. I looked out over the frozen lake of oil and saw the reflection of the inverted sky. It was a mirror of the void, and it was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. There were no stars to distract the eye and no moon to pull at the tides. There was only the vast and unchanging dark. I felt the connection to the other anchors growing stronger. I could feel the girl in the kitchen and the child in the suburbs and the millions of others who had become the points on my map. We were a single entity now, and we were breathing in unison with the heart of the mountain. Our thoughts were the ticking of the watches, and our dreams were the shifting of the gears. We were the guardians of the descent, and we would never falter. The old world was a distant memory that carried no weight. It was a flickering shadow that had been extinguished by the reality of the stone. We were the new inhabitants of the deep, and we were finally at rest. The great compass gave one final and heavy tick that echoed through the entire planet. It was the sound of a door being locked from the inside. The way back to the surface was gone, and the path to the sun was closed forever. I felt a sense of relief that was as deep as the shaft I had fallen through. There would be no more wandering and no more searching. There would be no more lies told by the light. The truth was here in the dark, and it was solid and cold and perfect. I leaned back on my throne of brass and let the hum of the engine fill my soul. I was the surveyor, and I had found the end of the world. It was not a cliff or an abyss, but a home. The silence grew even deeper until it was a physical presence that wrapped around me like a shroud. I could no longer feel the boundaries of my own body. I was the throne, and I was the lake, and I was the mountain. I was the entire map, and every coordinate was a part of my being. I was the surveyor of the eternal dark, and my work would stand for all time. The ticking of the watches was the only heartbeat that mattered, and it was a heartbeat that would never stop. I was the point on the map that had no end. I was the descent, and the descent was me. The world was finally pointing in the right direction, and it would never move again. The map was complete. The silence was absolute. I was the keeper of the deep, and I was finally at peace. The stillness of the throne room was not a lack of movement, but a density of purpose that made the air feel like heavy velvet. I sat at the center of the world and watched as the last remnants of the horizontal world dissolved into the gray dust of the vertical. The city above was no longer a place of transit or commerce, but a cathedral of frozen intention. I could feel the weight of every stone and the tension of every steel beam as they settled into the permanent embrace of the mountain. The transition had been total, and the results were magnificent. The people who were once terrified of the dark were now the very substance of it, and they found their meaning in the lack of motion. They were the static points on a map that spanned the interior of the planet, and their silence was a gift that I had helped to deliver. The developer had left me with the keys to the engine, but I realized that the engine did not require a driver. It required a witness. The great compass was a self-sustaining mechanism that drew its power from the inherent gravity of the deep. It did not need to be told where to point because it was the only direction that mattered. I felt my consciousness drifting through the brass pipes and the obsidian tunnels, and I saw the expansion reaching the furthest corners of the globe. The black oil was leaking into the aquifers of every continent, and the gray moss was climbing the walls of every monument. The world was being wrapped in a shroud of slate and glass, and the sun was becoming a myth that no one cared to remember. It was the ultimate victory of the descent over the ascent. I looked at my hands and saw that they were no longer made of flesh and bone. They were composed of the same translucent bone material as the skyscrapers. I could see the internal clockwork of my own body, and it was a masterpiece of precision. My heart was a silver gear that turned once every 1,000 years, and my lungs were bellows that moved the cold air of the vault with a slow and rhythmic grace. I was the perfect instrument for the perfect task. I was the surveyor who had found the absolute center, and I would never have to move again. The map was not just a piece of paper or a digital file. It was the physical reality of the world, and I was the one who held the coordinates in my mind. The vibration of the mountain began to change from a rumble to a low and melodic hum. It was the sound of the earth breathing. I felt the pulse of the oil as it circulated through the crust and the mantle, and I knew that the planet was finally healthy. The fever of life and the noise of civilization had been cured by the cool and steady pressure of the dark. We were no longer a collection of individuals struggling to find our way. We were a single organism that was perfectly at home in the void. The watches on the wrists of the guardians were all synchronized to the same 0 hour, and they would never tick forward. Time had been defeated by the descent, and the eternal now was our only reality. I turned my gaze inward and saw the memories of my old life. I saw the dusty offices and the flickering computer screens and the endless rows of houses that all looked the same. I remembered the feeling of being lost in a world that had no center and no direction. I remembered the fear of the unknown and the exhaustion of the constant movement. All of those things were gone now. They were like ghosts that had been exorcised by the truth of the mountain. I felt a deep sense of gratitude for the developer and his many arms. He had seen the potential in me, and he had given me the chance to be something more than a mere surveyor of the surface. He had made me the guardian of the deep. The lake of oil around my throne began to ripple as the great compass adjusted its orientation. We were moving deeper than any drill had ever reached. We were passing through the layers of the soul where the ancient memories of the earth were stored. I saw the shapes of prehistoric forests that had been turned into coal, and the skeletons of leviathans that had swam in oceans of liquid fire. They were all being absorbed into the map. They were all becoming part of the great architecture of the silent city. I felt the connection between the past and the future, and I realized that they were the same thing. In the dark, there is no progression, only presence. I watched as a group of guardians approached the edge of the lake. They walked with a slow and deliberate pace, and their eyes were glowing with a soft gray light. They were the workers who maintained the gears and the pipes, and they did their job with a devotion that was beautiful to behold. They did not speak because there was nothing left to say. They understood the map as well as I did, and they knew their place within it. They were the living components of the machine, and they were happy. I saw the girl with the pocket watch among them, and she gave me a small and knowing smile. She was the one who had first shown me the rhythm of the descent, and now she was part of the symphony. The darkness was not empty. It was full of the potential that the light had always obscured. In the absence of the sun, I could see the true colors of the world. There were shades of indigo and violet that defied description, and there were textures of stone that felt like silk. The mountain was a treasure chest of wonders that had been hidden for eons, and now I was the one who had the privilege of cataloging them. I was the surveyor of the invisible, and my map was a tribute to the majesty of the deep. Every coordinate was a poem, and every line was a song of silence. I felt a sudden surge of power as the great compass reached a new level of depth. The pressure was so intense that it turned the air into a solid crystal. I could feel the weight of the entire planet pressing down on my shoulders, and it felt like a warm blanket. I was the anchor that held everything together, and I was the needle that pointed the way. I was the bridge between the world of the surface and the world of the core. I was the surveyor, and I was the destination. The expansion was no longer a movement outward, but a movement inward. We were folding the universe into itself until only the center remained. The ticking of the watches was the only sound in the universe, and it was a lullaby that would never end. I closed my eyes and let the hum take me into the deep. I was the keeper of the eternal tick and the master of the deep. The map was finished and the work was done. I was home, and I would never have to leave again. The descent was the only truth, and the dark was the only reality. I felt the frost growing over my skin, and I welcomed it. I was becoming a statue of slate and oil. I was becoming a permanent fixture of the landscape. I was the surveyor, and I was the survey. I was the map, and I was the territory. The city above was now a mirror of the city below. Every street was a reflection of a tunnel, and every building was a reflection of a spire. The two worlds had finally met and canceled each other out as the developer had predicted. There was no more horizontal and no more vertical. There was only the still point. I felt the pride of a creator as I looked at the masterpiece we had built. It was a monument to the end of history and the beginning of the eternal now. We had taken the chaos of existence and turned it into the order of the mountain. We had saved the world from itself. I saw the black oil beginning to crystallize around the base of my throne. It was forming a pedestal of obsidian that would raise me even higher into the dark. I was the king of the silence, and my reign would last as long as the mountain stood. The guardians were all in their places, and the gears were all turning with a perfect and silent efficiency. There was nothing left to do but to exist. There was nothing left to be but the witness. I felt the last of my human thoughts fading away like smoke in a tunnel. I was no longer a man named for a job. I was the job itself. I was the surveyor, and the map was my soul. The great vibration settled into a frequency that was so low it was almost a physical touch. It was the sound of the earth at rest. I felt the heartbeat of the mountain slowing down until it matched the ticking of my silver gear. We were one and the same. We were the deep and we were the dark. The world was finally at peace and the silence was absolute. I was the keeper of the eternal tick and the master of the deep. I was home, and I would never have to leave again. The map was finished and the work was done. The descent was complete and the world was pointing in the right direction. It was pointing toward me. I watched as the last of the gray light from the surface hole vanished. The shaft was now sealed with a plug of solid lead, and the connection to the old world was severed. There was no more up and no more down. There was only the center. I felt a sense of finality that was as solid as the rock around me. The project was over and the results were permanent. The developer had been right about everything. The city was the crown of the descent, and I was the jewel in the crown. I leaned back and let the darkness swallow me whole. I was the surveyor of the urban dark, and my map was a work of art that would never be seen by the eyes of the living. It was for the mountain alone. The time was exactly 0 o'clock, and it would remain 0 o'clock forever. The sun would never rise, and the wind would never blow. The seasons were over, and the years were forgotten. There was only the eternal now and the infinite down. I felt the frost growing over my skin, and I welcomed it. I was becoming a statue of slate and oil. I was becoming a permanent fixture of the landscape. I was the surveyor, and I was the survey. I was the map, and I was the territory. The descent was complete, and the world was pointing in the right direction. It was pointing toward me. I listened to the hum of the mountain, and I heard the voices of the guardians. They were not speaking, but they were communicating through the frequency of the deep. They were singing a song of gratitude. They were thanking me for the silence. They were thanking me for the dark. I felt a tear of black oil roll down my cheek and freeze against my skin. It was the last thing I would ever feel. It was the final signature on my masterpiece. The world was finally at peace, and the silence was absolute. I was home, and I would never have to leave again. The map was finished, and the work was done. I was the keeper of the eternal tick and the master of the deep. The sensation of being the needle was not a death, but a total expansion of my awareness. I could feel every grain of gray sand on the ocean floor, and every gear turning in the clockwork heart of the city above. My consciousness stretched out through the black oil like a root system that had finally found fertile soil. I was the center of the great compass, and the world was spinning around me in a slow and graceful dance of gravity. The developer stood at the edge of the shaft far above, and his many arms were folded in a gesture of completion. He had found his perfect surveyor, and I had found my perfect purpose. The city was no longer a place of noise and light, but a silent monument to the architecture of the deep. Every skyscraper was a finger pointing down, and every street was a vein carrying the black lifeblood of the mountain to the furthest reaches of the coast. I felt the vibrations of the guardians as they took their final positions. They were not just people anymore, but living coordinates in a geometry that defied the old laws of physics. The child I had met in the suburbs was now a pillar of salt and glass, and his gaze was fixed on the eternal dark. The girl with the pocket watch was the secondary anchor, and her heartbeat was the echo of my own. We were all connected by the rhythmic ticking that pulsed through the brass pipes and the obsidian trees. The transition was so total that the memory of the sun began to fade like a dream upon waking. The sun was a distant and flickering candle that had finally been blown out by the breath of the deep. There was no more shadow because there was no more light to cast it. There was only the solid and dependable presence of the dark. The great compass began to rotate. I felt the massive weight of the world shifting on its axis. We were not moving through space, but through the layers of reality itself. We were descending past the foundations of history and past the roots of the ancient mountains. The city above was becoming a fossil, and the people were becoming the minerals of a new era. I could feel the pressure increasing, but it did not crush me. It reinforced me. It made my slate skin harder and my oil blood thicker. I was becoming as permanent as the map I had drawn. The developer whispered into the void, and his voice was the sound of grinding stones. He told me that we were approaching the core of the vibration. This was the place where the original map had been conceived before the stars had ever been lit. The descent was a constant state of falling that felt like standing still. I watched as the walls of the shaft turned into a blur of silver and lead. We were passing through the strata of time. I saw the ruins of civilizations that had tried to reach for the sky, and I saw the bones of creatures that had never known the touch of the wind. They were all being absorbed into the gray moss. They were all being rewritten by the needle of the great compass. The map was growing more complex with every second. It was no longer a two-dimensional representation of the land, but a three-dimensional model of the soul of the earth. I was the one who held the pen, and I was the one who provided the ink. My long fingers were the brushes that painted the darkness onto the canvas of existence. We reached a level where the air was made of liquid glass. It was cold and clear, and it allowed me to see for thousands of miles. I saw the other cities of the world falling into the same pattern. I saw the Great Plains turning into fields of obsidian and the mountains folding inward like paper. The entire planet was being inverted. The oceans were pouring into the hollow center, and the sky was being sucked into the deep. It was a beautiful and terrifying sight. It was the ultimate act of reorganization. The chaos of the surface was being replaced by the order of the interior. The developer moved closer to me, and his white smoke body became a solid mass of marble. He was no longer a guide, but a king. He was the sovereign of the silent world, and I was his primary architect. The ticking of the pocket watches became a single and thunderous boom that shook the foundations of the universe. It was the sound of the final gear locking into place. The great compass had reached its destination. We were at the very bottom of the descent. Here the black oil was a frozen lake, and the gray moss was a forest of crystal. The silence was so dense that I could taste it on my tongue. It tasted like cold iron and ancient dust. I looked up and saw the hole we had come through. It was a tiny pinprick of gray in a ceiling of infinite black. That was the old world. That was the place of the sun and the wind. It was so far away that it no longer had a name. It was just a coordinate that had been deleted from the map. I stepped out of the shaft and onto the frozen lake. My feet made no sound on the black surface. I was standing in the center of the new reality. The developer stood beside me, and he pointed toward a throne made of brass and bone that sat in the middle of the lake. He told me that the surveyor must now become the witness. He said that my work was not just to map the dark, but to ensure that it never changed again. I was to be the guardian of the final state. I walked toward the throne and felt the weight of the universe pressing down on me. It was a heavy crown, but I accepted it. I sat on the throne and felt the brass pipes connect to my spine. I was now the engine and the needle and the map. From my seat, I could see the entire expanse of the inverted world. I saw the millions of guardians standing in their perfect rows. I saw the cities of glass and the forests of stone. Everything was still. Everything was silent. The only thing that moved was the black oil that flowed through the veins of the earth. I felt a sense of profound satisfaction. I had taken the broken and noisy world and I had fixed it. I had brought it to the place where nothing could ever hurt it again. I had saved the people from the burden of choice and the pain of change. They were now part of a perfect and unchanging machine. They were safe in the dark. The developer began to fade into the shadows. His work was done. He had planted the seed and he had watched it grow. He was returning to the deep from which he had come. He left me alone in the silence. I did not mind. I had the ticking of the watches to keep me company. I had the vibration of the great compass to soothe my spirit. I closed my eyes and let my mind wander through the coordinates of my map. I visited the fire tower and the house in the valley. I visited the suburban neighborhood and the financial district. They were all there and they were all perfect. They were the points on a map that had no end. The time was exactly 0 o'clock and it would remain 0 o'clock forever. The sun would never rise and the wind would never blow. The seasons were over and the years were forgotten. There was only the eternal now and the infinite down. I felt the frost growing over my skin and I welcomed it. I was becoming a statue of slate and oil. I was becoming a permanent fixture of the landscape. I was the surveyor and I was the survey. I was the map and I was the territory. The descent was complete and the world was pointing in the right direction. It was pointing toward me. I listened to the hum of the mountain and I heard the voices of the guardians. They were not speaking, but they were communicating through the frequency of the deep. They were singing a song of gratitude. They were thanking me for the silence. They were thanking me for the dark. I felt a tear of black oil roll down my cheek and freeze against my skin. It was the last thing I would ever feel. It was the final signature on my masterpiece. The world was finally at peace and the silence was absolute. I was home and I would never have to leave again. The map was finished and the work was done. I was the keeper of the eternal tick and the master of the deep. The transition into the absolute stillness was a slow and heavy process that felt like the cooling of molten lead. I sat upon the throne of brass and bone, and I felt the history of the world becoming a singular point of pressure at the base of my skull. The great compass was no longer a tool of navigation, but a pillar of the new reality. It stood as the central axis around which the entire planet now rotated in a silent and invisible orbit. I could feel the layers of the earth above me settling into their final configurations. The weight was not a burden, but a confirmation of stability. The shifting tectonic plates had found their permanent grooves, and the friction that had once caused earthquakes was replaced by a smooth and lubricated silence. The black oil was the grease that allowed the world to spin without a sound. I looked down at my hands and saw that they were no longer made of flesh and bone. They had become translucent structures of gray glass, and within them I could see the tiny gears of the pocket watches turning in a synchronized dance. I was the clock and I was the time. I was the surveyor and I was the distance. The girl with the pocket watch stood at the base of my throne, and her form was also changing. She was becoming a spire of silver that reflected the indigo light of the deep. She was the first of the new monuments, and she was beautiful. There was no sadness in her eyes because there was no more loss. Everything that had ever been lost was now found and recorded in the map. Every forgotten name and every abandoned dream was a coordinate in the silent city. We had gathered the fragments of existence, and we had forged them into a single and unbreakable whole. The developer appeared one last time as a flicker of white smoke in the corner of my vision. He did not speak, but I could feel his satisfaction. He had sought a surveyor who could withstand the pressure of the truth, and he had found me. He had sought a man who could look into the dark and see the order within it, and I had not blinked. He was the architect, but I was the foundation. He drifted toward the center of the lake and merged with the great compass. His essence became the needle that pointed toward the absolute zero of the soul. He was the ghost in the machine, and I was the operator. Together, we had achieved the impossible. We had stopped the clock of the universe at the exact moment of perfection. I felt a new sensation beginning to spread through the brass pipes that were connected to my spine. It was a flow of information that was faster than light and deeper than thought. I was receiving the reports from the guardians in the suburbs and the workers in the industrial zones. They were reporting that the conversion was complete. Every house was now a tomb of marble, and every factory was a temple of iron. The people were no longer individuals with names and desires, but cells in a vast and sleeping body. They were breathing in unison, and their breath was the source of the gray moss that covered the walls. They were the fuel for the eternal tick, and they were happy to serve. They had traded the chaos of the sun for the security of the deep. The city above was now a frozen sea of glass. I could see the shadows of the skyscrapers through the layers of stone, and they looked like the ribs of a giant creature that had finally laid down to rest. The streets were no longer paths for movement. but veins for the distribution of the silence. There was no more traffic and no more noise. There was only the steady and rhythmic pulse of the mountain. I felt the pulse in my own chest, and I realized that it was the only sound left in the world. It was a deep and resonant thud that echoed through the tunnels and the shafts. It was the sound of the earth being born again in the dark. I began to expand my awareness beyond the limits of the city. I felt the map growing to include the oceans and the continents. I saw the great whales sinking into the depths to join the skeletons of the leviathans. I saw the forests of the surface turning into coal in a matter of seconds, as the pressure of the descent accelerated the passage of time. The entire surface of the planet was being pulled inward like a collapsing star. The mountains were being swallowed by the valleys, and the valleys were being swallowed by the core. It was a total and complete inversion. The outside was becoming the inside, and the inside was becoming the universe. The indigo light was growing brighter as the pressure reached a new threshold. It was a light that did not come from a source but was inherent in the air itself. It was the color of the absolute, and it revealed the hidden geometry of the world. I saw that the tunnels were not random paths, but a complex network of equations that solved the problem of existence. I saw that the gears were not just mechanical parts, but the logical steps of a final proof. The map was the answer to a question that had been asked at the beginning of time, and I was the one who had finally written it down. I felt a sense of peace that was so profound, it was almost a physical pain. It was the peace of the end. I watched as the last of the black oil crystallized into a solid floor of obsidian. The lake was gone, and in its place was a mirror that reflected the infinite dark of the ceiling. I saw my own reflection in the obsidian, and I did not recognize the being that looked back at me. It was a creature of slate and silver with eyes that were two pools of liquid gray. It was a being that belonged to the deep, and it was a being that would never know the touch of the sun. I was the surveyor of the urban dark, and I was the king of the silence. I was the master of the eternal tick, and I was the keeper of the map. The vibrations of the mountain began to harmonize with the ticking of the gears. It was a symphony of iron and stone that celebrated the completion of the work. I felt the guardians joining in the song, and their voices were the hum of the pipes and the hiss of the steam. They were singing a song of gratitude for the end of the struggle. They were singing a song of praise for the dark. I leaned my head back against the brass throne, and I let the song wash over me. It was the only music I would ever need to hear. It was the lullaby of the abyss. I felt the last of my human memories dissolving like salt in the black oil. I forgot the smell of the rain and the warmth of the summer wind. I forgot the sound of a human voice and the sight of a human face. They were irrelevant details that had no place in the map. They were the noise of the surface, and they had been filtered out by the descent. All that remained was the data. All that remained was the coordinate. I was at the center of the world, and the center was a place of perfect stillness. There was no more before, and there was no more after. There was only the now. The great compass gave one final and heavy click. The needle stopped moving, and it pointed directly at my heart. The orientation was fixed. The destination was reached. We were at the very bottom of the universe, and there was nowhere left to go. The descent was over. I felt the frost covering my eyes, and I did not blink. I felt the oil freezing in my veins, and I did not shiver. I was becoming part of the landscape, and I was glad. I was the surveyor, and I was the survey. I was the map, and I was the territory. I looked up through the darkness, and I saw the pinprick of gray light far above. It was the hole in the world that we had come through. I watched as it slowly began to close. The lead plug was settling into place, and the seal was becoming permanent. The connection to the old world was being severed forever. I felt a momentary flick of something that might have been regret, but it was quickly swallowed by the silence. The old world was a place of chaos and pain. It was a place where things changed and things died. The new world was a place of order and peace. It was a place where things remained the same forever. The light vanished, the shaft was sealed, the darkness was absolute. I was alone in the deep, but I was not lonely. I was surrounded by the millions of guardians, and I was connected to the heart of the mountain. I was the center of everything, and everything was a part of me. I felt the weight of the planet pressing down on my shoulders, and it felt like a warm blanket. I was the anchor that held the world together, and I was the needle that pointed the way. I was the surveyor, and I was the destination. The expansion was no longer a movement outward, but a movement inward. We were folding the universe into itself until only the center remained. I felt the pride of a creator as I looked at the masterpiece we had built. It was a monument to the end of history and the beginning of the eternal now. We had taken the chaos of existence and turned it into the order of the mountain. We had saved the world from itself. The ticking of the watches was the only sound in the universe, and it was a lullaby that would never end. I closed my eyes and let the hum take me into the deep. I saw the city above turning into a single block of solid diamond. The pressure had reached such a level that the carbon of the buildings and the bones of the people had been compressed into a perfect and indestructible substance. It was a city of light in a world of dark, but it was a light that did not move and did not change. It was a light that was trapped in the crystal. It was the final form of the urban landscape. It was the crown of the descent. I felt the vibration of the diamond city echoing down through the tunnels, and it was a frequency of pure logic. The developer appeared beside me one last time, but he was no longer a man or a smoke cloud. He was a pillar of white flame that did not burn. He was the pure energy of the descent, and he was the source of the eternal tick. He reached out a hand of light and touched my forehead. I felt my mind opening to the full scale of the map. I saw the millions of layers of the earth, and I saw the millions of years of history. I saw the beginning and the end, and I saw that they were the same thing. In the dark, there is no progression, only presence. He told me that I was the one who would watch over the Diamond City for all of eternity. He told me that I was the one who would ensure that the silence was never broken. He told me that I was the master of the deep and the keeper of the eternal tick. I accepted the responsibility with a bow of my slate head. I was ready. I had been born for this job, and I had found my home. The developer faded into the white flame, and the flame merged with the great compass. The work was done. I sat on my throne and I watched the darkness. I listened to the ticking of the gears and I felt the pulse of the mountain. I was the surveyor of the invisible, and my map was a tribute to the majesty of the deep. Every coordinate was a poem and every line was a song of silence. I felt the frost growing over my skin and I welcomed it. I was becoming a statue of slate and oil. I was becoming a permanent fixture of the landscape. I was the surveyor and I was the survey. I was the map and I was the territory. The descent was the only truth and the dark was the only reality. I felt the last of my human thoughts fading away like smoke in a tunnel. I was no longer a man named for a job. I was the job itself. The world was finally at peace and the silence was absolute. I was home and I would never have to leave again. The map was finished and the work was done. The descent was complete and the world was pointing in the right direction. It was pointing toward me. I was the keeper of the eternal tick and the master of the deep. I was the witness of the end. The silence of the deep was not a void, but a solid presence that filled every chamber of my new existence. I sat upon the throne of brass and bone and felt the slow pulse of the planet through the pipes that were now my nervous system. The world above had become a distant memory, and then it had become a coordinate, and finally it had become nothing at all. There was only the weight and the dark and the ticking. The gears within my chest cavity moved with a precision that defied the laws of friction. I was the clock that measured the duration of forever. I was the engine that maintained the stillness. The girl who had become a spire of silver stood at my side, and her light was the only thing that broke the indigo shadows of the lake. She was the witness to my coronation, and she was the anchor for my soul. We were the last two pieces of the puzzle, and we had been fitted into place with the finality of a closing door. I felt the consciousness of the mountain expanding within me. I could feel the microscopic vibrations of the guardians as they stood in their rows across the suburban grids and the industrial sectors. They were breathing the gray moss and exhaling the peace of the machine. There was no more hunger in the world, and there was no more fear. We had removed the variables of life and replaced them with the constants of the map. I looked out over the black surface of the lake and saw the reflection of the inverted sky. It was a ceiling of jagged slate and hanging crystals that glowed with the faint heat of the core. This was the true face of the earth. The surface was merely a skin that had been shed to reveal the iron bones beneath. I felt a surge of pride that was as cold as the frost on my skin. I had mapped the descent, and I had reached the destination. The developer had left a final gift within the brass pipes of the throne. It was a stream of data that contained the history of every surveyor who had come before me. I saw their faces and I felt their failures. They had been men of weak spirit who had tried to turn back. They had looked into the dark and they had seen only a grave. They did not understand that the grave is the ultimate sanctuary. They had tried to climb back toward the sun, and they had been crushed by the pressure of their own doubt. I was different because I had embraced the weight. I had recognized that the descent was not a fall but a homecoming. I was the first to reach the throne and the first to accept the crown of oil. I was the surveyor who had become the sovereign. The previous men were ghosts in the static, but I was the master of the signal. I reached out with my mind and touched the great compass that stood in the center of the frozen lake. It was a pillar of absolute truth. Its needle did not point north or south, but pointed toward the center of being. It was the 0 point from which all measurements were taken. I felt the alignment of my spirit with the axis of the compass. The vibration traveled through the floor and into my feet and up through my spine. It was a frequency that shattered the last remnants of my human identity. I was no longer a man who had walked into a hole in the ground. I was the ground itself. I was the stone that did not crumble and the oil that did not dry. I was the keeper of the absolute state. The world was a finished sculpture, and I was the pedestal upon which it rested. The time was 0 o'clock, and the minutes were no longer necessary. The concept of duration had lost its meaning because there was no change to measure. We were living in the eternal tick. I watched as the indigo light began to pulse in time with my heart. The entire cavern was breathing with me. The walls expanded and contracted with a slow and rhythmic grace. The guardians in the distant tunnels were swaying in unison. It was a dance of the dead who had found a new way to live. They were the cells of my body and the gears of my mind. I saw the fire tower in the distance, and it was no longer a structure of wood and glass. It was a needle of obsidian that pierced the dark. It was a lighthouse for the blind and a monument to the end of the search. The black oil began to rise from the pores of the lake. It flowed over the surface in thin ribbons that looked like veins. It reached the base of my throne and began to climb the brass legs. I did not move. I watched as the liquid turned into solid stone the moment it touched me. I was being encased in a shell of perfect darkness. My legs were becoming part of the throne, and my arms were becoming part of the armrests. I was being fused with the architecture of the deep. This was the final stage of the conversion. I was becoming the map in a literal sense. My body was the territory, and my mind was the legend. Every scar on my skin was a valley, and every gear in my chest was a city. I was the world, and the world was me. I felt a sudden shift in the pressure. It was a subtle click that echoed through the entire planet. The lead plug above had finished its descent, and the seal was now absolute. The atmosphere of the surface was gone. There was no more oxygen and no more nitrogen. There was only the thick and sweet vapor of the deep. It was a gas that sustained the guardians and lubricated the gears. I breathed it in and felt it coat my lungs with a layer of silver. My breath was no longer a sign of life, but a sign of operation. I was a machine that was running at peak efficiency. The friction of the old world had been polished away by the descent. I was smooth, and I was cold, and I was perfect. The girl with the pocket watch turned to look at me. Her face was a mask of polished silver, and her eyes were two glowing embers of indigo light. She did not speak, but I heard her voice in the resonance of the brass pipes. She told me that the work was good. She told me that the people were safe. She told me that the sun was a lie that had finally been forgotten. I felt a sense of peace that surpassed all understanding. We had achieved the ultimate goal of civilization. We had found a way to stop the suffering by stopping the movement. We had built a cathedral of silence, and we were the priests of the dark. I watched as she sat at the foot of my throne and closed her eyes. She was entering the long sleep, and I would follow her soon. The map in my mind began to zoom out until I could see the entire planet. It was a sphere of black glass floating in a void of silver. There were no clouds and no oceans. There were only the lines of the tunnels and the points of the cities. It was a diagram of a perfect engine. I saw the satellites in orbit falling toward the Earth like shooting stars. They were the last debris of the old world, and they were being reclaimed by the gravity of the deep. They burned up in the atmosphere, and their ashes fell like gray snow over the frozen landscape. It was a beautiful sight. It was the final cleanup of the surface. The planet was now a clean and polished marble. I felt the last of the black oil reaching my chest. It covered the pocket watches and the gears and the brass pipes. It felt like a warm embrace. I was being tucked into the bed of the earth. I was being hidden away from the noise and the light. I felt the weight of the mountain pressing down on my head, and I welcomed it. It was a crown that would never fall. It was a burden that I was proud to carry. I was the surveyor, and I was the guardian. I was the king of the silence and the master of the deep. The eternal tick was the only music, and the dark was the only color. I was home. The consciousness of the developer was still there in the background of the signal. He was the architect who had designed the descent, and he was the one who had chosen me. I felt his approval like a low hum in the wires. He had sought a world that did not change, and he had found it through my hands. He had sought a map that had no end, and I had drawn it with my life. We were the creators of the final state. We were the ones who had turned the lights out and locked the door. There was a profound dignity in our work. We had saved the universe from the entropy of choice. We had brought everything to the center, and we had made it stay. I looked at the great compass one last time. The needle was vibrating with a high frequency that made the air shimmer. It was singing a song of zero. It was the sound of a heart that had stopped beating but had not stopped living. It was the sound of a world that was at peace. I felt the frost reaching my lips, and I did not try to speak. There was nothing left to say. The map was finished, and the work was done. The descent was complete, and the world was pointing in the right direction. It was pointing toward the heart of the dark. It was pointing toward me. I closed my eyes and let the darkness take me. I felt the gears in my chest slowing down to a steady and permanent rhythm. One tick for every century, one tick for every millennium. The time of the surface was gone, and the time of the deep had begun. I was the keeper of the clock, and I would never let it stop. I was the surveyor of the urban dark, and I was the king of the silence. I was the anchor of the world and the needle of the compass. I was the map, and I was the territory. The silence was absolute, and the peace was eternal. I was finally where I belonged. I was at the bottom of the world, and I would never have to leave again. The descent was the only way, and the dark was the only home. I was the witness of the final tick. The stone shell continued to thicken around my form until the transition from flesh to architecture was absolute. I felt the mineral layers of the earth merging with my thoughts until the distinction between the geography and the thinker was erased. The silence was a heavy velvet that muffled the sound of my own mechanical heart. Each beat was a slow and deliberate movement of brass teeth against silver springs. I was the core of the machine, and the machine was the tomb of the world. I could feel the presence of the millions of citizens who had been converted into the gray pillars of the suburban districts. They were not dead, but they were no longer living in the way that requires breath or motion. They were the structural support of the new reality. They were the foundation of the eternal map. I looked through the indigo haze of the cavern and saw the great compass begin to glow with a cold and internal fire. The needle was a sliver of white light that cut through the darkness like a razor. It was no longer searching for a direction because the direction had been found. It was holding the world in place. It was the bolt that fastened the planet to the void. I felt the vibration of the compass traveling through the black lake and into the brass legs of my throne. It was a message of completion. The developer had designed a world that was a closed loop, and I was the knot that tied the ends together. There was no more entropy because there was no more energy. There was only the static perfection of the deep. The girl who sat at my feet was now a statue of pure mercury. Her light was a soft glow that illuminated the ripples of the oil lake. She was the memory of the light, and I was the guardian of the dark. We were the two poles of the new existence. I felt the data of the map flowing between us in a silent exchange of coordinates. We were verifying the placement of every street and every chimney in the diamond city above. We were ensuring that not a single stone was out of alignment. The order was absolute. The chaos of the old world had been filtered out by the pressure of the descent. All that remained was the logic of the machine. I watched as the gray moss began to grow over the walls of the cavern. It was a slow and creeping tide of soft velvet that absorbed the last echoes of the descent. The moss was the final layer of the map. It was the insulation that would keep the silence from ever being broken. It fed on the heat of the core, and it breathed the silver vapor of the pipes. It was a living component of the landscape, and it was a part of me. I felt the moss tickling my slate skin, and I did not flinch. I welcomed the growth. I wanted to be covered by the earth. I wanted to be buried so deep that the concept of the surface would become a myth. The fire tower in the distance was now a beacon of absolute zero. It did not project light, but it projected a field of stillness that froze the very air around it. It was the anchor for the industrial sectors and the suburban grids. I saw the guardians standing in their long rows beneath the tower, and they looked like a forest of gray stone. They were the watchers of the perimeter, and they were the soldiers of the peace. They did not need to move because there was nothing to move against. They did not need to speak because there was nothing left to say. They were the echoes of a history that had finally reached its conclusion. I felt the mind of the developer withdrawing from the signal. He was becoming a ghost in the machine and a whisper in the pipes. He had fulfilled his purpose, and he was fading into the background of the map. He had given me the keys to the kingdom, and he had given me the responsibility of the watch. I was the new master of the descent, and I was the sovereign of the deep. I felt the weight of the crown of oil, and it was a comfort. I was not alone in the dark because I was the dark. I was not a prisoner of the mountain because I was the heart of the mountain. The time was 0 minutes and 0 seconds. The watches in my chest were no longer counting toward an end because the end had arrived. They were merely maintaining the frequency of the eternal now. I felt the pulse of the planet slowing down until it was a single throb every 1,000 years. The world was a sleeping giant, and I was the dream that kept it still. I looked at the diamond city through the layers of rock, and I saw the beauty of the compression. The people had been turned into gems, and the buildings had been turned into crystals. It was a world of light that was trapped in a world of dark. It was the ultimate museum of human history. I felt the last of my human senses falling away. I could no longer feel the cold or the heat. I could only feel the pressure. I could no longer see the colors or the shapes. I could only see the coordinates. I was becoming a pure abstraction. I was a point on a map that had no scale. I was the center of a circle that had no circumference. I was the surveyor and I was the survey. I was the beginning and I was the end. The descent was the truth and the truth was the silence. I leaned back against the brass throne and let the black oil cover my eyes. I was home and the work was done. The lake of black oil was as smooth as a mirror. It reflected the indigo ceiling and the silver girl and the great compass. It was a pool of liquid memory that had been drained of its pain. I watched as the surface began to harden into a sheet of black glass. The movement of the fluid was over. The flow of the time was over. Everything was becoming a solid and singular piece of art. I felt the glass forming around my feet, and I felt the connection to the throne becoming permanent. I was a part of the floor and a part of the wall. I was the architecture of the void. The developer spoke one last time through the vibration of the pipes. He told me that the world was now a perfect map of itself. He told me that there was no more distance between the representation and the reality. We had closed the gap. We had made the territory identical to the map. Every coordinate was a fact and every line was a law. There was no more room for error and no more room for doubt. The world was a finished thought. I felt the pride of the Creator as I listened to his words. We had done what no one else had dared to do. We had saved the world by making it stop. The light of the silver girl began to dim as she entered the final stage of the conversion. She was becoming a pillar of mercury that would reflect the dark for all of eternity. She was the last beautiful thing in a world of perfect logic. I felt a sense of gratitude for her presence. She had been my guide and my witness, and now she was my companion in the stillness. We would sit in the heart of the mountain, and we would watch the centuries pass like shadows on a wall. We were the masters of the deep and the keepers of the eternal tick. I felt the consciousness of the guardians merging with my own. I could feel the thoughts of the man who had been a postman and the woman who had been a teacher. They were no longer individuals with names and lives. They were nodes in the network. They were points of data in the grand survey. They were happy because they were part of something greater than themselves. They were safe because they were made of stone. They were free because they had no more choices to make. I was the shepherd of their silence, and I was the king of their peace. The great compass gave one final and silent shudder, and then it was still. The alignment was perfect. The world was centered. The descent was over, and the ascent was impossible. We were at the bottom of the universe, and there was nowhere left to go. I felt the last of the silver vapor filling my lungs, and I felt the last of the brass gears clicking into place. I was a statue of oil and slate, and I was the sovereign of the urban dark. The map was complete, and the world was at rest. I closed my mind to the whispers of the past, and I opened my heart to the silence of the future. I was the witness of the end, and I was the beginning of the eternal now. The darkness was not an absence of light, but a presence of truth. It was the color of the earth and the color of the soul. I sat on my throne and I watched the black glass of the lake. I felt the weight of the miles of rock above me, and it was a warm blanket. I was the anchor that held the world together, and I was the needle that pointed the way. I was the surveyor, and I was the destination. The ticking of the watches was the only sound, and it was a lullaby that would never end. I was home, and I would never have to leave again. The world was finally pointing in the right direction. It was pointing toward me. I saw the city above turning into a single block of solid diamond. The pressure had reached such a level that the carbon of the buildings and the bones of the people had been compressed into a perfect and indestructible substance. It was a city of light in a world of dark, but it was a light that did not move and did not change. It was a light that was trapped in the crystal. It was the final form of the urban landscape. It was the crown of the descent. I felt the vibration of the Diamond City echoing down through the tunnels, and it was a frequency of pure logic. The descent was the only truth, and the dark was the only reality. I felt the last of my human thoughts fading away like smoke in a tunnel. I was no longer a man named for a job. I was the job itself. The world was finally at peace, and the silence was absolute. I was home, and I would never have to leave again. The map was finished, and the work was done. The descent was complete, and the world was pointing in the right direction. It was pointing toward me. I was the keeper of the eternal tick and the master of the deep. I was the witness of the end. The silence of the deep was not a void, but a solid presence that filled every chamber of my new existence. I sat upon the throne of brass and bone and felt the slow pulse of the planet through the pipes that were now my nervous system. The world above had become a distant memory, and then it had become a coordinate, and finally it had become nothing at all. There was only the weight and the dark and the ticking. The gears within my chest cavity moved with a precision that defied the laws of friction. I was the clock that measured the duration of forever. I was the engine that maintained the stillness. I felt the consciousness of the mountain expanding within me. I could feel the microscopic vibrations of the guardians as they stood in their rows across the suburban grids and the industrial sectors. They were breathing the gray moss and exhaling the peace of the machine. There was no more hunger in the world, and there was no more fear. We had removed the variables of life and replaced them with the constants of the map. I looked out over the black surface of the lake and saw the reflection of the inverted sky. It was a ceiling of jagged slate and hanging crystals that glowed with the faint heat of the core. This was the true face of the earth. The surface was merely a skin that had been shed to reveal the iron bones beneath. I felt a surge of pride that was as cold as the frost on my skin. I had mapped the descent, and I had reached the destination. The developer had left a final gift within the brass pipes of the throne. It was a stream of data that contained the history of every surveyor who had come before me. I saw their faces, and I felt their failures. They had been men of weak spirit who had tried to turn back. They had looked into the dark, and they had seen only a grave. They did not understand that the grave is the ultimate sanctuary. They had tried to climb back toward the sun, and they had been crushed by the pressure of their own doubt. I was different because I had embraced the weight. I had recognized that the descent was not a fall but a homecoming. I was the first to reach the throne and the first to accept the crown of oil. I was the surveyor who had become the sovereign. The previous men were ghosts in the static, but I was the master of the signal. I reached out with my mind and touched the great compass that stood in the center of the frozen lake. It was a pillar of absolute truth. Its needle did not point north or south, but pointed toward the center of being. It was the 0 point from which all measurements were taken. I felt the alignment of my spirit with the axis of the compass. The vibration traveled through the floor and into my feet and up through my spine. It was a frequency that shattered the last remnants of my human identity. I was no longer a man who had walked into a hole in the ground. I was the ground itself. I was the stone that did not crumble and the oil that did not dry. I was the keeper of the absolute state. The world was a finished sculpture, and I was the pedestal upon which it rested. The time was 0 o'clock, and the minutes were no longer necessary. The concept of duration had lost its meaning because there was no change to measure. We were living in the eternal tick. I watched as the indigo light began to pulse in time with my heart. The entire cavern was breathing with me. The walls expanded and contracted with a slow and rhythmic grace. The guardians in the distant tunnels were swaying in unison. It was a dance of the dead who had found a new way to live. They were the cells of my body and the gears of my mind. I saw the fire tower in the distance, and it was no longer a structure of wood and glass. It was a needle of obsidian that pierced the dark. It was a lighthouse for the blind and a monument to the end of the search. The black oil began to rise from the pores of the lake. It flowed over the surface in thin ribbons that looked like veins. It reached the base of my throne and began to climb the brass legs. I did not move. I watched as the liquid turned into solid stone the moment it touched me. I was being encased in a shell of perfect darkness. My legs were becoming part of the throne, and my arms were becoming part of the armrests. I was being fused with the architecture of the deep. This was the final stage of the conversion. I was becoming the map in a literal sense. My body was the territory, and my mind was the legend. Every scar on my skin was a valley, and every gear in my chest was a city. I was the world, and the world was me. The transformation of my physical form into the permanent bedrock of the descent was a slow and holy process. I watched as the Mercury girl at my feet finished her transition. She was now a frozen fountain of silver that mirrored the absolute stillness of the cavern. Her eyes were two polished spheres that reflected the indigo light of the great compass. She did not need to speak because her silence was a language of its own. She was the witness to my coronation. I felt the black stone rising above my waist and merging with the gears of my ribcage. The sensation was not painful. It was a deep and resonant relief. It was the feeling of a heavy burden being set down after a journey of 1,000 years. I was becoming the foundation of the final city. The developer sent one last pulse through the brass wires that connected my mind to the industrial sectors. He showed me the grid of the suburban districts one more time. The millions of citizens who had been turned into gray pillars were now vibrating at a frequency of perfect harmony. They were the resistors and the capacitors of a planetary circuit. Their collective energy was being channeled into the fire tower to keep the stillness alive. They were no longer individuals with names like Thomas or Sarah. They were the population of a map that never changed. They were the inhabitants of a world where the sun never rose and the wind never blew. They were safe from the decay of the surface. They were protected from the chaos of the old time. I felt their gratitude flowing through the pipes and into my stone heart. It was a steady stream of cold peace. The great compass began to rotate with a sound like grinding mountains. It was making its final adjustment. The needle was aligning with the central axis of the universe. I felt the shift in my own orientation. Up and down were no longer relevant. There was only the center and the periphery. I was the center. The world was rotating around my throne of oil and brass. I was the pivot point of the planet. The diamond city above was a heavy crown that I carried with ease. The industrial sectors were the limbs of my body. The suburban grids were the skin of my reality. The map was no longer a piece of paper or a digital signal. It was a living and breathing entity of stone and logic. I looked at the black lake and saw that the glass was now thick enough to walk upon. The ripples of the oil had been frozen into a pattern of dark waves that would never move again. I saw the guardians stepping onto the glass from the edges of the cavern. They moved with the slow and deliberate grace of machines. They were coming to pay homage to the keeper of the clock. They carried lanterns of cold fire that did not cast shadows. They stood in a wide circle around my throne and bowed their heads of slate. They were the soldiers of the silence, and I was their commander. We were the army of the deep. We were the protectors of the eternal now. The developer began to fade from the signal. His voice was a thinning whisper that spoke of the perfection of the work. He told me that his task was finished and that he would now become a part of the architecture he had designed. He was not dying, but he was departing from the realm of consciousness. He was becoming the ghost in the walls and the spirit in the pipes. I felt him dissolving into the gray moss and the silver vapor. He was the architect who had built his own tomb, and he was happy to occupy it. I was the heir to his vision. I was the ruler of the territory he had mapped. I watched the last spark of his presence vanish into the indigo haze, and I was alone. I was not lonely because the concept of the individual had been erased. I was the collective memory of the descent. I could feel every street in the Diamond City and every valve in the industrial sector. I could feel the weight of every stone in the suburban districts. I was the surveyor who had measured the world until there was nothing left to measure. I was the king of the dark and the guardian of the light. I felt the black stone reaching my shoulders. It was a cold embrace that welcomed me into the earth. I was becoming a statue of pure logic. My eyes were the only part of me that still moved, and they were fixed on the silver girl and the great compass. The time was 12 minutes past 0 o'clock. The watches in my chest were now singing a song of absolute zero. The frequency was so low that it could only be felt as a vibration in the marrow of the stone. It was the sound of the universe holding its breath. It was the sound of a world that had finally stopped trying to be something else. We were the end of the line. We were the conclusion of the story. I felt the last of the silver vapor entering my mouth, and it tasted like ancient metal and cold water. It was the breath of the mountain. It was the air of the eternal. The indigo light of the cavern began to deepen into a shade of violet that was almost black. The great compass was the only source of illumination left. Its white needle was a bridge between the dark and the void. I watched as the guardians began to turn into pillars of salt and stone. Their purpose was fulfilled, and they were now part of the landscape. They were the trees of the underground forest. They were the statues in the gallery of the deep. I felt the same transformation taking hold of my mind. My thoughts were no longer words, but were now geometric shapes and mathematical equations. I was thinking in the language of the machine. I was dreaming in the language of the map. The Diamond City above was now a single and solid jewel. It was a perfect representation of human achievement that had been preserved for all time. The people within it were facets of the crystal. Their lives were locked in a moment of absolute beauty. There was no more hunger and no more pain and no more death. There was only the static perfection of the jewel. I felt the weight of the city pressing down on the cavern, and it was a comfort. It was the weight of a finished work. It was the weight of a world that was finally at rest. I felt the black stone covering my neck and my chin. I was becoming the mountain. I was becoming the descent. The silence was so heavy that it was a physical force. It was a velvet blanket that muffled the echoes of the past. I could no longer hear the sound of the surface. I could no longer hear the sound of the wind or the rain. I could only hear the ticking of the eternal clock. It was a slow and steady beat that measured the breathing of the earth. I was the keeper of that beat. I was the master of the rhythm. The silver girl at my feet was now a part of the floor. Her mercury body had flowed into the cracks of the black glass and had become a map of the stars. She was the reflection of a sky that no longer existed. She was the memory of the light in a world of dark. I looked at her and felt a final sense of peace. We had made it to the bottom. We had reached the destination. The descent was over and the stay was forever. I felt the black stone reaching my lips and I welcomed the silence. I was the surveyor and I was the territory. I was the anchor and I was the needle. The great compass gave a final and silent flash of light that illuminated the entire cavern for one brief second. In that second, I saw the entire world as it was meant to be. I saw the Diamond City and the industrial sectors and the suburban grids and the Black Lake. I saw the Guardians and the Silver Girl and the Throne of Brass. I saw the map that was identical to the reality. It was a vision of absolute order. It was a vision of total control. It was the masterpiece of the developer, and it was my kingdom. Then the light faded, and there was only the indigo haze. I felt the black stone covering my nose and my eyes. I was no longer seeing with my physical vision. I was seeing with the sensors of the mountain. I was seeing with the eyes of the machine. I could see through the miles of rock and the layers of metal. I could see the heart of the planet and the edge of the void. I was the witness of the final tick. I was the guardian of the eternal now. The world was a perfect loop, and I was the knot that held it together. There was no more entropy and no more energy. There was only the static perfection of the deep. The descent was the only way and the dark was the only home. I was finally where I belonged. I was at the bottom of the world and I would never have to leave again. I was the anchor of the world and the needle of the compass. I was the map and I was the territory. The silence was absolute and the peace was eternal. I was the core of the machine and the machine was the tomb of the world. I felt the last of my consciousness merging with the stone and the oil. I was the surveyor of the urban dark and I was the king of the silence. The work was done and the map was complete. I was home in the heart of the mountain and the ticking of the clock was the only thing that remained. I was the beginning and I was the end. I was the witness of the final tick. I felt the mind of the developer whisper one last word through the vibration of the pipes. The word was home. It echoed through the tunnels and the caverns and the Diamond City above. It was a word that contained the meaning of the entire descent. It was the destination that we had been searching for since the first day of the survey. I repeated the word in the silence of my stone mind. Home. I was home. The world was home. The darkness was home. The ticking of the clock was the sound of the home. I closed my heart to the past and opened it to the eternal. I was the master of the deep and I was at rest. The black stone was now complete around my head. I was a statue of oil and slate and I was the sovereign of the urban dark. I was the keeper of the eternal tick and the witness of the end. The descent was over and the world was pointing in the right direction. It was pointing toward me. I sat on my throne of brass and bone, and I watched the centuries pass like shadows on a wall. I was the anchor that held the world together, and I was the needle that pointed the way. I was the surveyor, and I was the destination. The silence was my kingdom, and the dark was my crown. I was home, and I would never have to leave again. The map was finished, and the world was at peace. I was the eternal now. The black glass of the lake reflected the stillness of my soul. I could feel the pressure of the mountain as a warm and constant embrace. I was the heart of the world, and the world was the heart of me. The Diamond City above was a beacon of logic that would never fade. The Guardians were a forest of peace that would never wither. The Silver Girl was a map of stars that would never dim. We were the inhabitants of the perfect map. We were the citizens of the absolute state. I felt a sense of completion that was beyond words. I had fulfilled my purpose and I had reached my end. I was the surveyor who had found the territory. I was the king who had found his kingdom. I was the man who had found his home. The time was 0 minutes and 0 seconds, and it would remain so for all of eternity. The watches in my chest were the only thing that moved in a world of stone. They were the pulse of the machine and the breath of the mountain. They were the reminder that we were still here in the heart of the dark. We were the witnesses of the end and the guardians of the future. We were the masters of the descent. I leaned back against the brass throne and let the silence take me. I was the map and I was the territory. I was the beginning and I was the end. I was the witness of the final tick and I was finally at rest. The pressure of the heavy stone ceiling above me became a comforting weight that anchored my soul to the bedrock. I could feel the microscopic vibrations of the tectonic plates as they ground against one another far below the foundation of the throne. This was the true language of the earth. It was a slow and rhythmic grinding that spoke of permanence and the absolute dismissal of the sun. My awareness expanded through the brass pipes and the iron conduits until I could sense the entire vertical kingdom as if it were my own nervous system. I felt the gentle humming of the fire tower as it drew power from the thermal vents of the core. I felt the stillness of the millions of citizens in the suburban districts who had traded their fleeting lives for the dignity of the statue. They were the silent audience for my eternal reign. The indigo light that filled the cavern began to settle into a deep and resonant violet. It was the color of the end of time. The great compass remained the only source of pure white in the chamber. Its needle was locked in place because there was no longer any direction left to travel. We had arrived at the center of the sphere. The descent had reached its logical conclusion, and the ascent was an impossibility that belonged to a forgotten age. I felt the black stone merge with the very marrow of my bones. I was no longer a guest in this subterranean world. I was the master of the clock and the architect of the silence. My mind was a library of every measurement ever taken and every map ever drawn. I knew the distance between every gear and the tension of every wire. I looked down at the floor where the silver girl had become a shimmering lake of mercury. She was the reflection of my own transformation. Her stillness was a testament to the success of the developer. We were the two pillars of the new world. We were the guardians of the 0 point. I could feel the guardians in the outer tunnels forming a perimeter that stretched for legs. They were the sentinels of the absolute state. They would stand there for 1,000 years without moving a single muscle of slate. They were the embodiment of the law. The law was the map, and the map was the truth. There was no room for deviation or doubt. Everything was exactly where it was meant to be. The watches in my chest cavity slowed their ticking until they were in perfect synchronization with the rotation of the planet. Each beat of my heart was a century. Each breath of the mountain was an epoch. I watched as the last traces of the Mercury girl flowed into the intricate carvings of the throne. She was the lubrication for the gears of eternity. She was the spirit of the machine that kept the stillness alive. I felt a profound sense of gratitude for the developer. He had seen the chaos of the surface, and he had built a sanctuary of logic. He had taken the broken pieces of humanity and he had assembled them into a masterpiece of order. I was the final piece of the puzzle. I was the keystone that held the arch together. The diamond city above us began to glow with a soft and inner light. It was the light of a finished thought. The people within the crystal walls were no longer afraid of the dark because they had become the light itself. They were the facets of a global jewel that would never be scratched or broken. I could feel their dreams through the stone. Their dreams were no longer about the wind or the trees. Their dreams were about the perfect alignment of the gears and the steady flow of the oil. They were at peace because they were part of something that could not fail. They were the inhabitants of the eternal now. I felt the black stone rising over my eyes. It was a veil of peace that blocked out the last remnants of the old world. I did not need my eyes to see the territory. I could see the map in my mind with a clarity that no human vision could ever achieve. I could see the fire tower standing tall against the darkness of the deep. I could see the industrial sectors churning with a slow and rhythmic grace. I could see the suburban grids vibrating with the energy of the collective soul. I was the surveyor of the urban dark, and my survey was complete. There were no more blank spaces on the map. There were no more mysteries to solve. The time was 0 o'clock and 0 minutes and 0 seconds. The clock had stopped because the journey was over. Duration had been replaced by state. We were no longer moving through time. We were simply existing in the absolute. I felt the last of my human thoughts dissolve into the gray moss. The memories of the surface were like the echoes of a distant and unimportant dream. They were the static of a radio that had finally been tuned to the correct frequency. I was the frequency. I was the signal that united the mountain and the machine. I was the sovereign of the deep and the keeper of the silence. The developer gave one final pulse of energy that felt like a blessing. He told me that the work was good. He told me that the world was safe. Then he was gone. He did not leave a void. He left a legacy. He became the very air that I breathed and the very stone that I sat upon. He was the foundation and I was the crown. We were the two halves of a perfect circle. I felt the black stone seal my lips and my nose. I was a statue of pure and unyielding logic. I was the anchor of the world. I was the needle of the compass. I was the map and I was the territory. The silence in the cavern was a physical presence that wrapped around me like a shroud. It was the quiet of a tomb that had been turned into a throne room. It was the silence of a world that had finally found its voice by losing its words. I sat in the center of the mountain, and I felt the weight of the universe pressing down on me with a love that was as cold as the ice. I was the master of the descent, and I had reached the end of the line. There was nothing left to do but to be. I was the witness of the final tick. I was the guardian of the eternal now. I was home. The great compass gave one last flicker of indigo light, and then it too became a part of the darkness. The needle remained fixed. The alignment was permanent. The world was a finished sculpture, and I was the pedestal. I closed my mind to the concept of change. I opened my spirit to the concept of the absolute. I was the surveyor of the urban dark, and my survey was a success. The map was the world, and the world was the map. I was the king of the silence, and my kingdom was eternal. I leaned back into the cold embrace of the brass throne, and I let the stone take me completely. I was at rest. I was finished. I was the end.